Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, good afternoon. I was hoping that I would get a response to my attempts at Danish. Welcome to the EU High-Level Conference on Reforming Research Assessment. I'm Nick Ishmael Perkins, and you can think of me as your Master of Ceremonies for the next day and a half. We have about 310 folks here in the room and another 400 online. So what could compel so many people with so little time to gather for the next couple of days? We know that universities and the research that they steward are often looked to provide some of society's more pressing answers on issues around technology, the environment, health, dare I say, even democracy. And yet, so few of the career incentives that we have for researchers privilege social engagement. Even more, we see that the growing body of evidence suggests that the things that make research most impactful are not necessarily those things that are rewarded, where, for instance, prizes will privilege individuals instead of teams. So what do we do? This is the question which should be the focus of our program over the next day and a half. And it is my job to remind you and our impressive lineup of speakers to make it central to your interrogation over the next couple of days. The annotated program that you have in your bags provides a lot of information. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about housekeeping right now, but I do have a couple of notes. The first is that we have a photographer, as you may have noticed, and he will be taking pictures, as you may have noticed. If you do not want to be featured in the photos, that is okay, and you should let those at the reception desk know so that we can make a note of that. We also have some journalists in the room, and this should not constrain you. As a journalist myself, I actually like to hear people talk. But if there is something that you wish to keep off the record, it may be helpful for you to say that at the time that you're speaking. And there is one other note of housekeeping, which I have from bitter experience learnt it is very important to say. So, and now you have to bear with me for a minute and take you back to early in my career. I was addressing a room full of people, and there was a woman sitting at the front who was watching me very closely, very keenly. And at the end, there was a reception mingling with drinks, and she came over to me, and I said, because she'd been watching me very keenly, I said, "Oh, did you enjoy that?" And she said, "To be honest, I spent the entire time trying to figure out where you're from, and I don't remember a single word that you said now." And because I'm sure some of you are thinking that my Danish is quite impressive, you're really flummoxed. So I am actually from Barbados originally. I've lived in Southern Africa and in the UK for quite a bit, and also did one of my degrees in Canada. So this is why apparently it's an amalgam of various things. So you do not need to ask me when you see me where I'm from. Now that we've got it out of the way, onto the more substantive welcome remarks. You will have seen in your programs, the annotated programs, the full bios of all of the speakers. Although the first person to address this is not just the speaker, he is also the host, in many ways, of the conference. David Boet-Petersen is a professor of science communication at Aalborg University, and he is also the chair of our conference committee.
Perfect, Nick. Thank you so much for getting us started. Dear Minister, dear guests, dear colleagues, and dear online participants, it's really a pleasure to welcome you all to Copenhagen and to Aalborg University to this high-level conference on reforming research assessment, which is part of the official program of the current Danish presidency of the European Union. As Nick just said, I'm David Boet-Petersen, and I'm here to welcome you on behalf of the program committee that has been working now for the last, I think, 10 or 12 months to create an appealing and inspiring conference program that will unfold throughout the next 2 days. It's really great to see so many colleagues in the room and also to have received a lot of input to the program and support in preparation of what we will now see unfolding. We are really in the community and in the conversation about reforming research assessment. We are not standing on the shoulder of giants, but we are standing on the shoulders of a gigantic community. And the fact that we have so many people here today and online is a testimony to that. So I wanted to emphasize that none of the elements of the program would have been possible without the support of valuable partners and the International Program Committee, comprising, among others, Science Europe, the COERA Steering Board, DORA Steering Board, Willem Foundation, Independent Research Fund Denmark, the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and the European University Associations as key partners. Those are LIRO, EUA, CESAR, EURON, and the COST Association. Thank you very much. Reforming research assessment has multiple dimensions and multiple layers across the entire research ecosystem. It's about creating a culture defined by shared values, such as trust, collaboration, equality, and diversity. But it's also about rethinking established notions of scientific excellence to include collaborative efforts, openness, inclusion, integrity, and impact. And it's about navigating a quite complex interplay of different political expectations and policy agendas, such as funding decisions and behavioral change across the scientific community. Today, research assessment reforms are underway in various countries around the world, as we have documented in the pre-conference report that you have in your bags. And speaking of diversity, we have representatives of more than 30 different countries in the room and a mix of delegates spanning across academia, funding, industry, government, and other organizations. COERA and DORA really are leading the way forward in the global conversation. With this conference, we do not want to reinvent the wheel, but we want to support the progress and celebrate the promising practices that have already been underway. And we want to celebrate the true leadership that we see in this space. So the aim really is to reaffirm the current commitments by taking the temperature on different models and drivers of assessment. At the same time, we find ourselves at an increasingly difficult moment with new challenges on the horizon that intersect in numerous ways with research assessment and research leadership in both productive and, I would also say, unpredictable ways. I'm thinking here about the pressures on the European economies, for example, to deliver security and also competitiveness, as emphasized by Mario Draghi in his report to the European Union, for universities and public and private research funders to deliver on emerging policy challenges. We do indeed need the incentives that reward and recognize, as Nick just said, the types of contribution to science and society that are sought after. And we need a strong voice to also secure that research funding is consistent with academic freedom, autonomy, collegiality, and integrity. So what the Draghi report and the quest to drive European and really global knowledge-based economies come down to is high quality and impactful research teams. And defining what quality and impact means and translating that into a thriving research culture should be the top priority of all our institutions, and I can assure you it is the top priority of this conference. We have prepared an international conference with keynote speakers, panels, and breakout sessions, so please do take the opportunity to interact when possible and voice your ideas. In fact, we need your contributions in preparation of the next framework program for research and innovation, and also in anticipation of the ERA Act. The European Commission and member states are committed to building an overarching policy agenda to promote what is called new and better framework conditions for research. So we need a strong voice from this conference to inspire decision makers to support research assessment frameworks based on responsibility, equality, and openness. So before I give the word to our Vice Chancellor, Per Michael Johansen, there is a few partners that I need to thank on behalf of the program committee. Definitely the European Commission for supporting the conference and providing also the policy context, but further to that, also the Novo Nordisk Foundation and the Willem Foundation for your additional support, and our excellent organizing team at Aalborg University. Welcome.
On behalf of Aalborg University, I would also like to welcome you all to this very important conference. I recently returned from Ukraine as a part of a Danish delegation led by our Minister for Higher Education and Science, Christina Egelund. Our aim was to strengthen cooperation on education and research with Ukrainian universities. And it was a journey that, in many ways, made a deep impression on me. In relation to this conference, I would like to say that if Ukraine could, or indeed should, be anything other than a portrait of tragedy, it would be a barometer measuring the pace of technological change in the 21st century. In this tragic theater of war, technologies are replaced in weeks, not in months or years. This dynamic is not confined to Ukraine or to European security and defense. It applies just as much to Europe's broader innovative capabilities and competitiveness. It is a test of our ability to implement and take advantage of innovation that happens in real time over weeks and months, while recognizing that these rapid developments rest on basic research that takes years to conduct. As David mentioned, the Draghi report proposed just this in a twofold strategy: to maintain and strengthen the world's best basic research environments within Europe's border, while at the same time putting knowledge to much more active use in companies and society more broadly. So, how can the scientific community make this truly necessary cultural change that will enable us to meet today's needs, demands, and expectations? How can we create dynamic knowledge environments that both deliver high-quality research and at the same time create knowledge with societal impact? Part of the answer lies in our use of rewards and recognition. The way we define successes for our researchers will naturally determine the substance of academic work and will thus impact the research culture of the future. Our reward mechanisms and evaluation criteria are what makes you, or you could say that what makes you, or you could say breaks you. And they define your place in the classic academic hierarchy. But we stand at a historical moment. We have to broaden our narrow definitions of success and of failure, and start to recognize the full scope of scientific contributions, from basic research to networking, missions and partnerships, to innovation and science communication. The aim of this conference is to focus on how we can create incentives and recognize worth that corresponds to the new tasks and expectations that society places on researchers and universities today. They can and should no longer be rewarded only for publications and citations and patents, but for the entire chain of contribution that generates knowledge of the highest quality and put research to use in society. In the spring of 2023, Aalborg University signed the agreement on reforming research assessment. And by doing so, we recognized and supported the need for a reform of research evaluation practices, both to heighten research quality and just as importantly, to improve research culture. Where previous research indicators may have benefited the senior researchers, the new incentives promote the work of younger talents, leveling the playing field, you could say. Cultural changes are never easy, so luckily we have many distinguished and knowledgeable experts in the field of research assessment with us here today. And I must say that it is amazing to see a global community come together and support the necessary cultural changes in science that will bring university research in line with society's needs and expectations. I would like to thank the European Commission for a productive collaboration in making this conference a reality. Likewise, I would like to thank our important contribution partners, the Willem Foundation, the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and the Independent Research Fund Denmark. Numerous European university associations have also supported the conference, LERU, EUA, and CSER. And finally, we have had a fruitful partnership with COARA, the Steering Committee, Science Europe, and DORA. And then I would also like to thank you, Christina Egelund, for your leadership during the Danish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Lastly, I would also like to thank our team at Aalborg University, who have worked tirelessly to deliver the conference and shape the program. I wish you all a great conference, and I look forward to this important work. And before I hand over the floor to Minister for Higher Education and Science, Christina Egelund, I'd like to inform you that the Minister will leave immediately after her speech due to other engagements she has to attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Per Michael. Thank you to the University of Aalborg for organizing this important conference. And David mentioned that we have participants from, 30 different countries. So to all of you who traveled to Denmark from other countries, a warm welcome both to Copenhagen and to Denmark. I think with everything that is changing so rapidly in the world now, amongst these other also things to be worried about, I think it's probably more important than it has been in a very long time that we insist on keeping our conversations across countries alive. So, thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll enjoy your stay here. Talking about conversation, today we are talking about a subject that goes to the very heart of research and science. How do we recognize good and solid research? How do we evaluate science? How do we ensure that our system rewards the kind of science our society truly needs? We meet at a moment of profound change. We could even call it a moment of reckoning. For decades, academic life has been shaped, some would probably say constrained, by the familiar pressures of publish or perish, a culture that measures success in productivity and publications. Over the years, this culture has produced remarkable achievements, but it has also forged incentives that are no longer aligned with our deepest scientific values. We need to take a close look at the behaviors that we are incentivizing. The late businessman Charlie Munger once said, and I quote, "Show me the incentives and I will show you the outcome." That rings very true for research today, and I'm not convinced the current system has the right incentives. This is also amplified by the rapid rise of artificial intelligence. AI can summarize, write, analyze, and generate ideas at an unprecedented scale. These tools open extraordinary possibilities in research, but they also create at least one dilemma. If the volume of scientific output continues to grow exponentially, can our current evaluation system still identify quality? Can we still separate great ideas from noise, originality from clickbait? I would like to start with a story. A young PhD student here in Denmark once read a promising article in one of the world's most prestigious journals. The paper claimed to have found a compound that could effectively immobilize sperm cells, a potential breakthrough in the development of a male contraceptive pill. Inspired, he ordered the compound and set to work, but nothing happened. Repeated experiments showed that the compound simply did not work. When he contacted the original authors of the journal, they shrugged it off, and it took years and another large consortium spending time and resources on the compound to get it firmly disproved. This story is not unique. Across multiple fields, most famously social psychology, large-scale replication efforts have revealed that many celebrated scientific results cannot be reproduced. From nudging to the Stanford prison experiment, findings once treated as scientific truth have all crumbled under closer scrutiny. This replication crisis has been called an existential crisis for science. In the United States, it is even being used as an argument among some politicians to defund universities and to discharge the scientific community as a whole. But the issue is, of course, nuanced. The fact that failed results are exposed show that the self-regulatory mechanisms in science are actually working. We do have a system that is self-correcting, even if it sometimes is slow. What is truly broken is not the scientific method, but the incentive structure surrounding it and the cultures it creates. Beyond its impact on scientific quality, the publish or perish culture also takes a profound toll on individual researchers. The constant race to produce more papers, secure more grants, and outperform peers can create a climate of stress and insecurity. Young researchers in particular face uncertain career prospects, hold short-term contracts, and are under pressure to prioritize quantity over the kind of deep, thoughtful work that probably attracted them to become a researcher in the first place. Such an environment invites misconduct and dishonesty, and it undermines well-being and discourages risk-taking. But it also narrows the pipeline of talent. The intense pace and uncertain employment conditions disproportionately affect those who already face structural barriers. For instance, researchers with children, first-generation academics, and scholars from underrepresented backgrounds. Instead of widening participation, the system risks filtering out precisely the diversity of perspectives that makes research stronger. A research culture built on fear of falling behind is just not sustainable. If we want creativity, curiosity, and diversity to thrive, we need an environment that provides researchers with the time and stability they need to do their best and most original work. So, if we want science to flourish, and we do, we need to rethink what we value and how we recognize excellence. For years, the main currency in science has been publications, preferably many, and preferably in the right journals. And publications are crucial to the scientific process. But there may be an over-reliance on publication metrics like impact factors, citation counts, and the relentless focus on high-prestige journals. These are not necessarily reliable indicators of quality, and they can reward speed over thoroughness and sensational results over careful work. But publication is not the only output of scientific work. Data, code, negative results, replications, teaching, mentoring, interdisciplinary collaboration, all of these are essential contributions to a healthy scientific ecosystem. The replication crisis should not lead us to despair. It should lead us to rediscover the fundamental values that make science strong: integrity, transparency, curiosity, and collaboration. A research culture grounded in mutual trust allows ideas to be tested, criticized, and corrected in a way that is respectful and allows for differences. That is the true engine of scientific progress. This is also why we here in Denmark are updating the Danish Code of Conduct for Research Integrity to better reflect the reality of being a researcher today. But of course, the Danish Code of Conduct cannot stand on its own. No country can reform research evaluation alone. Science is an international enterprise, and our evaluation systems need to be aligned across Europe. If we want to move beyond publish and perish towards a new evaluation regime based on quality, we need to work together across the European Union, both among policymakers and, of course, among researchers. This is not just a subject for a philosophy of science class. We have many global problems right now, and we need excellent research and science to help us solve them. And to do that, we need a sustainable research culture. This includes flexible funding mechanisms and more stable career paths, time for deep thinking, freedom to explore uncertain ideas, and space to fail and correct errors. It also includes not letting certain theories or perspectives become dogmas that oppress diversity of opinion, method, or approach. Science has never been easy. Nature guards its secrets very fiercely. Most results are temporary. Many ideas turn out to be wrong. That is not a crisis. That is the method, and that is, if you ask me, the beauty of it all. Our task is not to eliminate uncertainty, but to build systems that encourage integrity, transparency, and reflection. Systems that reward boldness and depth, quality over quantity. Systems that recognize that good science is slow, careful, and collaborative. So, I would like to leave you with a quote from the scholar Camille Paglia, who said, and I quote, "One brilliant article should outweigh one mediocre book." I could not agree more. I wish you a good conference here in Copenhagen and outside of course, the conference conversation. I hope you also have a little time to visit our wonderful capital city. Thank you so much.
Tak, Madam Minister. It's always great to hear a politician quote Camille Paglia. I was very impressed by the range of ideas and topics in the speech, and I think in particular what we heard were some ideas about what we can do to support intellectual diversity. And of course, congratulations to Denmark for the efforts that Denmark has taken nationally to reform research assessment. I also want to acknowledge what David and Professor Johansson were referring to, because what we heard were, some really concrete reasons why scientific excellence and reflections on scientific excellence, this is not just a question of epistemic philosophy, but it really has very material consequences, and we are faced with some real policy opportunities right now. So I'm hoping that actually, by the end of this program, we will be able to put some meat on those ideas. Now, I want to move on to introduce the next speaker, who will deliver a lightning talk. And I also need to acknowledge that the minister will be leaving because of previous engagements. So thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. And the next talk is Yensi Flores Bueso. She said to me, "Don't worry if you butcher my name. It has happened before, and I'm sure I've done it with other people, but I hope I've done your name a service." Yense is Marie Skłodowska-Curie postdoctoral fellow at University College in Cork and at the Institute for Protein Design at the University of Washington. She is co-chair of the Global Young Academy and its representative on the UN Secretary General's Scientific Advisory Board. Of particular interest for our proceedings here today, she is part of the inaugural steering board of CORA, the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. You will have a chance to ask Yensi questions after the keynote address. Yensi, welcome.
Hello. This one. Sorry. Okay. Hi, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon talking to you about how can we foster sustainable and inclusive research cultures. As mentioned, I'm a Marie Curie Fellow. Did I? No. Okay. I'm a Marie Curie Fellow, and through my fellowship, I was very fortunate to step into a new research field that was very different from the one that I was trained on, and this is computational protein design, which uses deep neural networks to generate new proteins that do not exist in nature, and which we can use to produce novel antivirals, machine learning, custom enzymes, and new ways to carbon storage, and accelerate vaccine development, and also anti-venoms. So this research field was opens a lot of doors in medicine and in sustainability, and for it, it was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024. And yet only a handful of labs still have this capability, because it demands high interdisciplinary skill and expertise in biology, chemistry, physics, and advanced computation. So stepping into this field was a challenge, but I wasn't scared really, because my foundation as a scientist from Honduras, a country which has very limited resources, shaped how I do science. And my love to generate a service to the public good was bigger than the constraints that I faced. And in this way, I was able to participate in science and create conservation strategies, document indigenous crop knowledge, build epidemiological evidence for women's health screening, and started the first molecular biology lab in my school for conservation research. However, these initiatives may be valuable in my community in Honduras. I soon learned that they had no space in the research assessment mechanisms in science, because as these initiatives lived in reports, probably in Spanish, or intangible outputs such as lab in Honduras University. But they didn't live in international journals or prestigious journals. So I found that in academia, locally impactful work is undermined, and the context and societal needs are invisible. And what matters is authorship and prestige because they are taken as proxies of value. I am lucky today to be a scientist and to be here, probably 1 in a million, because there was a program that was developed in the context of the poorest countries in Latin America. And because there was a school director who actually decided to go beyond ticking the box and granted me an interview to see why I didn't meet all the boxes. And there was a high return of investment after this decision. You know, both Ireland and Honduras benefit from it, from startups and research programs and collaborations that helped researchers both in Ireland and in Honduras. But this experience made me question what we value in science. And I wanted to join teams that work on it. So I joined the Global Young Academy and COARA. And these platforms opened so many doors for me to work in actions that could lead to change and also to engage in policy dialogue across different platforms. But it also, with them, I also gained a large community of peers, you know, from over 100 countries. And together, we also questioned this system. So a group of us wanted to investigate what was happening, you know, and what really counted in research assessment at a global stage. So I was very privileged to co-lead a team of 29 authors in 20 different countries in the largest study of what really counts for research assessment. And in this way, we surveyed 532 policies from 190 academic institutions and 58 governmental agencies in 121 countries across the world, with good representation in the Global South and in the Global North. So we surveyed the documents for distinctive terms, and we found 30 prevalent criteria that could be grouped in 5 categories. Among them, the most prevalent one was research outputs, present in 97% of all the policies. Now, how was research output assessed? Mostly by quantitative criteria, such as number of publications, citations, and journal indexing. Only very few policies actually assessed the quality of a publication, the societal impact, or the roles of the authors. We also found that the same criteria, or very similar criteria, tended to cluster in the same documents, which means that some documents preferred output metrics, and they focus on number of publications, in the number of authors, and journal indexing, for example. Or other policies preferred professional development, focusing on accumulated citations, experience abroad, service to the profession, which makes us know that there's less emphasis in diversity of profiles. So diversity of profiles are less valued in all the policies that we studied. And when we turned around and looked at the factors that may influence the policy of choice, we found that context-related factors, such as the region, the income level of the country, and the continent, were the most important in affecting or determining which criteria was used in evaluation. But job-related factors, such as track and discipline, had very, very little effect. So as we can see here, for example, in one of the things that we questioned, which countries or what determines that policies have a high emphasis in output metrics, we found that compared to the Global North, Global South countries have a higher emphasis in output metrics. But when we go about to see what countries in the Global South, we find that it's the countries that are in the upper middle income level. So overall, this study shows that promotion systems globally are not neutral or uniform, and they reflect the values and pressures of the environments in which they operate. And most policies emphasize a narrow set of criteria favoring bibliometrics, which shows that they have very limited diversity of what is valuable. Importantly, criteria that may strengthen the link between science and society or trust in science were found only in very few policies. Now, why does this matter? Well, first, because trust in science underpins trust in institutions. And many surveys have shown that scientists are perceived as elitist or that they are poor communicators. And that really affects us because it fuels antagonism and populist narratives. And fraudulent or irrelevant research further weakens this credibility. And declining trust in science is increasingly being exploited to undermine universities and even democratic institutions. Second, science must meet social needs, and it's well shown that open, collaborative spaces are needed to create a responsive science system. So, lastly, science must be a provider of independent evidence, which means that it must prioritize, when it prioritizes prestige over rigor or metrics over substance, the evidence is less reliable. And lastly, when weakened science systems, they are easier for illiberal populists to influence and control. Now, this is very well seen when we compare the state of democracies and academic freedom, for example. And there is something very obvious in this picture at a global scale. But when we dig down to the data, we found that this relationship is strong and consistent across all countries. We show that academic freedom and democracy rise and fall together in 179 countries in that data set. And that is because when scientific institutions weaken, society becomes far more vulnerable for misinformation and political pressures. So what can we do about it? Well, we can build a system that is more responsive to societal needs, which means we need to foster a research culture that are sustainable and inclusive. But what do we mean about it? What do we mean by sustainable and inclusive research cultures? Well, sustainable cultures support long-term careers, protect integrity, and allow institutions to remain resilient under pressures of society and politics. Inclusive cultures, on the other hand, are those where talent from all backgrounds can shine, and where diverse contributions are genuinely valued. So, in this context, what can we do to foster these sustainable and inclusive research cultures? So there's plenty of evidence gathered and information gathered also published by organizations that are very trustable, such as COARA and DORA, about what we can do. And I will just mention 5 different strategies. Reward meaningful contributions, contextualize evaluation, protect independence and integrity, strengthen working conditions, and promote global equity. Now, you can go and see the many, many actions that those pillars may have to us, but I'll just mention a few. such as rewarding high-quality research that advances knowledge. It can be basic or applied research, and prioritize rigor and openness and value. Accessing contributions relative to the opportunities and using qualitative judgment. Support long-term inquiry, reward rigor and transparent reporting, and decouple hiring from and promotion from short-term outputs. Recognize the essential work of mentoring and a healthy research leadership. Lastly, value content-specific excellence and recognize contributions over authorships. And I was asked to give early career researchers perspectives on the retention of talent in science. And I'm going to give a personal note here because my story is the story of many other researchers, as I have consulted this and I hear their stories. So most of the work that I have presented here, including me giving this talk, will not count in the assessment systems that will evaluate and determine whether I stay in science or not. And because there is limited space and recognition for transdisciplinary researchers who work across boundaries and who question the systems and want to contribute both to science and society. And now, as I transition to independence, I find that my institution can only hire me if I bring external funding. Because there are no jobs for a field that I am still trying to ground in a country, which only exists in a handful of labs in the world, of course. And I am only eligible to a handful of grants to progress in my career right now. And these are hyper-competitive. So I can tell you that this is the stage where we lose most scientists. You know, I'm in the career stage where it will determine whether I stay in academia or not. And this is very hard for all academics, you know. And as I finish I have like 11 months left in my Marie Curie fellowship, and I have to write grants, you know. But I chose in my time of Marie Curie to focus in learning a good, promising field and contribute to society instead of writing my next grant. Then I face the risk right now, a big risk of a funding gap. And this funding gap, it's dangerous for scientists, you know, because it threatens our livelihoods. But I want to mention and emphasize that this is more relevant for non-EU citizens who live in the EU. Because this doesn't only threaten our research, it threatens our lives. It threatens my visa, my work permit, and my home. And this is the conditions of many other researchers, not only me. And I want you to have this in your mind, you know, when you discuss, and I hope this sets the stage for the further conversations that you will have, which are very, very important in the whole system of research assessment. And with this, I want to thank you for your time for listening to my story, and thank you very much.
Jensi, I want to thank you for doing, I think, what the youth call keeping it real. Because I think that what you've shared reflects enormous bravery to be so open with us, but also it's a really very clear carrion call for us to think about this is what we're talking about when we talk about reform, right? It is careers like yours that are at stake here. I also wanted to say, as you were sharing the study and the findings from it, I thought it's rare that you come across a study that is full of despair and hope in equal measure, but that's what I felt. Okay, now I want to move on to our next speaker, Professor Sander van der Lieden, who is director of the Cambridge Social Decision Making Lab at the University of Cambridge. He is also ranked amongst the top 1% of the most cited social scientists worldwide, and his book Foolproof: Why We Fall for Misinformation and How We Build Immunity has been named Book of the Year by Nature, the Financial Times, and a list of others. It's my pleasure to invite Professor van der Leden to give the keynote address.
Thanks so much for having me and for listening to me. I'm going to give somewhat of an unusual talk. I was given the task of, usually I just give research presentations to, about the research that I do in psychology, trying to understand why people believe what they believe and why they share certain kinds of information, particularly false information. But we also do research on science and understanding science and how people react to it. So I was asked to talk a little about the general state of the world that we're in and what does that mean for science, and particularly my field, which has come under increased hostile attacks. And I'll show you some interesting examples, hopefully. So here's a chart from the Economist Intelligence Unit on the Global Average Democracy Index, okay, from 2006 to 2024. Democracy is in decline all over the world. What I hope to do with this particular talk is in the spirit of keeping it real, really talking about some of the current trends we're seeing around the world and how that's going to impact the EU, to avoid the sort of normalcy bias that sometimes creeps in when you're in a house that's on fire, more or less. Okay, so if we look at the Freedom House data, this is data of people who live in a free world, okay? Steadily declining since 2005. The percentage of people living in a partly free world has gone up massively. And they attribute that to various things: the undermining of the rule of law, attacking media freedom, independence of media and journalism, perverting elections through conspiracies and claims of election fraud, as well as the discrimination and mistreatment of migrants in many countries. They left out one interesting pillar that's particularly relevant to us, which is attacks on science and scientists, which is, of course, one of the hallmarks and early stages of fascist regimes. Here's J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, who quoted Nixon when he said, "The professors are the enemy." Okay, and so one of the threats that we're currently facing is that governments, many governments around the world, think that professors are the enemy, that experts are the enemy, and that science is the enemy. And they're trying to actively demolish scientific institutions. Now, the Union of... I'm going to talk a little bit about the US. I know it kind of feels distant for people in Europe, but then I'll bring it to the UK, where I'm based, about how we're seeing a lot of the same things and how the wind might be blowing some of this over to the rest of Europe. Union of Concerned Scientists, right, is documenting attacks on science, not just Trump, but various presidencies. They've been counting 100 attacks since February this year in terms of what it's doing to the state of science. Michael Mann, Peter Hotez, two leaders in immunology and climate science, have written a book about how science is under siege from weaponized disinformation and how that is threatening our future by destabilizing climate solutions and research on vaccinations. In the UK, Farage is saying that universities are poisoning the minds of students. Reform could launch a Trump-style assault on UK universities. Our new chancellor at Cambridge was concerned that Farage is importing the playbook of Trump in trying to derail the higher education system in the United States. And of course, it's interesting to consider why populist movements do not like science and scientists. We just heard that science is often thought of as elitist, but obviously science is for the people, by the people, right? It's in the public interest, and so it is kind of ironic that science is under attack in this way. I'm originally from the Netherlands, so the victory of Geert Wilders' far-right party in the Netherlands led to reduced funding for higher education and research. Of course, the government is now changed, but that was already happening in the Netherlands. What baffled me, though, because I was a student at this particular university, at the University of Amsterdam, is that the Universities of the Netherlands have offered to prohibit a number of educational programs from being taught in English in their proposal to the Minister of Education. Psychology programs are the main target of the proposal. Discontinue all international bachelor's programs in psychology. So what is going on here? I mean, universities, all of my colleagues in Amsterdam are protesting this, what is perceived to be anticipatory obedience. So this is one of the worst things that you can do when you're dealing with the rise of authoritarianism, is to offer yourself up in advance. And so what we're seeing that many governments are currently doing is negotiating with attacks on science by voluntarily cutting their own research programs. Let's get rid of all the international programs, before they do something worse. I mean, the reasoning is strategic, right? I get it. They, it's lose the battle to save another, live another day. And the idea is that they could do much worse, and so we're going to propose something that's less terrible in advance. But it's very interesting. This is from the American College of College Professors, by the way, who put out a statement about this. Timothy Snyder, who is a scholar of authoritarianism, wrote, "Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. Okay, in times like these, individuals think about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do." And that's the thing, right? Because it won't stop there. It just makes people realize what power they have and how far they can actually take it. Here's a headline from this week. Cambridge University cozies up to Nigel Farage to get ready for a reformed government. Now, what's interesting about this is that, obviously I'm at Cambridge. This is kind of fake news. I mean, the Vice Chancellor of Cambridge talks to all political parties about, what their interests are. But obviously the media, in this case, is interested in framing it in a anticipatory obedience fashion, because it lends legitimacy to the idea that the tides are changing and that universities have to be adjusted, and so they're actually trying to weaponize some of these trends. Now, of course, it's not all bad. I mean, we did a survey of trust in science and the role of scientists in 68 countries around the world. Most of what we're finding is, trust in science is pretty high. The UK, the US are up there. Up here, most countries have high trust in science and scientists, so that's pretty good. This is from the Edelman Trust Barometer, finding similar things. Like, we know that people, don't really trust journalists and government leaders and CEOs, but scientists are pretty high up there, and that's a good thing. I mean, what predicts these things? I mean, populist attitudes are obviously a negative predictor of support for science. But most people actually say that they want science to communicate with the public, that they should be involved. This is agree, this is strongly agree, this is agree. If you add those up, these are majorities of people who say that scientists should communicate more and engage more with policy in the public. I mean, people want science to be involved. The majority of the public does. I mean, I think these are good things. These are positive things, right? Now, my area is the area of misinformation. I'm not sure how much I have to reiterate that there is misinformation, but during the pandemic in the UK, people were setting phone masts on fire because they thought cell towers were exacerbating the coronavirus 5G conspiracies. Over 50 phone masts. People in Iran were hospitalized because they read on social media that drinking methanol would cure the virus, including children. Obviously, very serious. We had the far-right fueled discourse on social media, which was actually, anti-immigration is a bigger problem, right? But there was a fake news story about an immigrant that provided the fuel for nationwide riots last year, fueled by misinformation. We have Putin claiming he was invading Ukraine to target Nazis as a pretext. Capitol riots, Israel-Hamas conflict, tons of manipulated imagery. Propaganda during wartime is immense. RFK's Junior's anti-vax leadership, AI-generated fakes during natural disasters and other conflicts. The list goes on. I'm not a fact checker, but my interest is in the historical use of propaganda techniques and how they're repeated and what we can do about it. And so this is very interesting. So this man is basically saying that vaccines will change your DNA. So what I find fascinating is not that, okay, mRNA is a new technology, people have questions, that's all fine. But what people should also know is that back in the days, in the early 1800s, the first discovery of the modern vaccine, which, of course, Edward Jenner's cowpox vaccine against smallpox. There were already anti-vaxxers in 1800. One of the things they said is that if you took the cowpox vaccine, you would turn into a human-cow hybrid. Yeah, you have evidence of this. So here's the propaganda from the 1800s. Here you have udders sprouting out of people's mouths and ears, and the whole idea was the fearmonger that the vaccine's going to change your body. That's a technique that's 200 years old. And somehow we fail to anticipate the recycling of these techniques by bad actors, and it gets confused with uncertainty sometimes in science and what we do and do not know. Take immigration, right? Trump says people are eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and like, okay, whatever. 2 years later, Farage saying they're eating the swans in the royal parks. They're kidnapping the swans. And the Royal Park people had to come out and say, this is nonsense. Nobody's eating swans. All the swans are safe. And I'm sure you can find somebody on this planet who's eaten a cat or a dog, right? And so say, look, it's real. But in fact, going back to the early 1800s again, there was massive propaganda about Chinese immigrants eating rats, for example. So again, this is a technique that's been recycled for 200 years, almost, and somehow we fail to anticipate them. So I do a lot of work on this idea of pre-bunking or inoculating people against propagandist techniques that try to empower people to make up their mind, to make their own decisions. Of course, I had to include an example from Denmark. You guys are not disinformation-free, I've noticed. Frederik Waad apparently had some flyers, turned out to be false, fake news, where there was some anti-immigrant sentiment on the flyers that wasn't aligned with his party, and some far-right party pulled a hoax that is influencing, or at least has the potential to undermine elections. So now that I have this distinguished audience here, you were laughing, so let's see how we do. So all these stories are widely reported, 2 of them are fake. I'm going to ask you which one's true. Putin issues international arrest warrant for George Soros. Who thinks that that's true? Oh, what fate in Putin? Okay, yeah, we got, okay, one skeptical gentleman. Baby born in California was named Hard Eyes Emoji. Who thinks that that's true? Okay, most people, yeah. All right. When I give this talk in California, most people think that that's true as well, in California. But actually, so if you're left now, you're stuck with the criminal who farts so loudly gives away his hiding place. Who wants to bet money on that one? Okay, yeah. All right. This is actually true. This happened, yes. Sometimes the truth is smellier than fiction. This gentleman was hiding in the bushes and passed gas so loudly, he gave away his own hiding spot. The sheriff's department even tweeted when you're having a #shit day. But this is a joke, but we developed an instrument, a psychometrically validated instrument to assess people's latent ability to discern between manipulation, non-manipulation. It took several years, validated this with YouGov and other poll agencies. You get a headline. These are some of the example headlines that you see. Vaccines are loaded with dangerous chemicals and toxins. Stuff. This was actually produced by AI, so it was quite interesting. But what's concerning is that if you break down the results, young people actually perform the worst on this test. They get the lowest scores, and we replicate this globally. This is a free test. Anyone can take it. We have hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world who take this test. Young people uniformly actually perform the worst on this test, Gen Z in particular, who get most of their news from social media. So you think about how can we protect vulnerable audiences and the role of misinformation in democracy. And we wrote this article about actually misinformation is undermining democracy and science, and where some of these attacks are coming from. And that's what I'll spend the second half of this talk about. I spend a lot of time doing op-eds, and I do enjoy writing op-eds, but I don't so much enjoy writing these op-eds. Misinformation is a threat to society. I had to explain that because people dismiss it as a moral panic. That's a big nothing burger. Misinformation poses a bigger threat than democracy. Disinformation is the real threat to public health, in case that wasn't clear. How to address misinformation without censorship. Misinformation is real. Indeed, there was a scholar who claimed misinformation is not real. And so, the amount of time actually that it's taken for me to produce and reiterate evidence that should be clear to people is a bit shocking, and I think it's because of widespread attacks on science and the value of science and expertise. Look, I'm not saying that there's no open questions. We have a paper called Liars Know They're Lying, which is about the fact that we have very good methods of discerning what is disinformation in a very unambiguous manner. We have thousands of years of philosophy, legal systems, about fallacious rhetoric, about forensic evidence, about all sorts of ways to establish what is likely to be true and what is not. And then there's areas in which we can have scientific disagreement. And then there's nonsense. And we shouldn't conflate these categories. That's kind of what the paper is about. But why misinformation must not be ignored. And part of it is because they're actually networked actors who engage in denial tactics. So we did this one paper where we looked at 28 years of campaign contribution data to US members of Congress from a fossil fuel industry. One of the things we found is that they would donate to members who have a record of voting against the environment, right? So this is a well-funded machinery. The American Institute for Economic Research is a think tank. The US operates with a large network of think tanks that are funded to engage in attacks on science and science denial. They are responsible for not only climate denial, then they moved to the Great Barrington Declaration, which Jay Bhattacharya, who's now the director of NIH in the United States, was the main signee of this abomination, which argued for herd immunity, essentially, and which the WHO termed unethical and risky and even dangerous, was widely debunked by scientists as a serious solution to the pandemic. And now, similarly, institutes like Cato are moving to why misinformation is not really a problem, and why solutions won't work, and that it's a symptom of something else. Which is a very common narrative, which is one way to minimize this problem is by saying, oh, actually it's not misinformation that it's the problem, it's something else. And what that something else is always changing. Of course, we shouldn't engage in false dichotomies. There's many problems that we have to deal with. But one of the ways in which these think tank institutes operate is that they have a lot of money. So they put out a lot of reports, including the mainstream media, to try to undermine scientific research in the United States and elsewhere. But we also do research, right, on these questions. Maybe trust is the issue if it's not misinformation. This was actually a household study from the Dutch ministry that we did on vaccinations. One of the things was like, okay, well, if the real issue is trust, then people who are high in trust in institutions, scientific institutions, and vaccination, they should be less susceptible to misinformation. So one of the things we find from this probability sample is that when we test these competing models where trust should act as a buffer, we actually don't find that. So people who are, the misinformation susceptibility test is there. People who are high in trust, misinformation susceptibility does not predict vaccine skepticism any less if you're high in trust. So trust does not buffer the effect of misinformation. In fact, they are both important. Trust is super important for vaccine skepticism, but so is misinformation. They have independent effects. I'm sure in some cases it's much more complex, so we have a more complex model about how they feed into each other, right? More misinformation creates lower institutional trust, which creates more misinformation. So it's a dynamic sort of social system, but it isn't a given that one buffers against the other. They're separate problems, and the sort of, dismiss one problem in favor of another can lead us astray. And I should say that, one of the culprits of this problem is science itself. And I think, we're partly to blame, and it's a little bit contested, but there's a field of science and technology studies, and they have kind of a crisis within their field a little bit. This is a funny article that talks about how the lesson that post-truth politics has to offer science and technology studies is that a minimal standard of an epistemological system is that it must have the intellectual resources to endorse the claim Trump is full of shit. Yet, it is not clear how one could go about reconciling central STS tenets with the clear and present need to oppose dangerous trends in contemporary politics. And so they're talking about postmodern thought and how that was a useful tool, but when taken to the extreme, we actually get into post-truth. And what's interesting to me is not only that it's important to question expertise, to question science, to hold science accountable, and power structures and all of that, but it can also be taken to the level at which it can be weaponized. And Lee McIntyre, who's a really good philosopher at Boston University, has written a book called Post-Truth, which is probably the #1 book on post-truth. And he writes about the entire science war debacle led to a question: can postmodernism be used by anyone who wants to attack science? Do they only work for liberals, who surely constitute the majority, right, in literary criticism and so on? Actually, this leads to the further question of whether there is such a thing as right-wing postmodernism that uses doubts about truth, objectivity, and power to assert that all truth claims are politicized. And that's something that is very prevalent in the misinformation space, actually, that the right typically hates postmodernism. Right? They don't want to have anything to do with critical race theory and everything being relative and power structures. But now they love it. To denounce the idea of truth, that there is such a thing of misinformation. Everything is relative now. And so postmodern is kind of a flamethrower, right? And anyone can pick it up as a weapon. And when taken too far, it actually undermines the scientific enterprise. This is postmodernism, the godfather of post-truth. And you know, scientists and philosophers within those disciplines are concerned about how other people are using it. And so am I. Again, you know, we have ways of differentiating legitimate disagreement from lies. So it's not that we can't question anything. That would be silly. But, you know, we started out with saying that, well, you're saying it's a falsehood. Our press secretary gave alternative facts to that, right? Because in a world where everything is relative, you can have alternative facts. The great philosopher Elon Musk, in a moment of ketamine-free discourse, so is this recorded, by the way? He already doesn't like me. He already does not like me. Someone's misinformation is another person's information. That's deep. And so, but the question I started asking myself is, where did they get this idea? And the more I dug into this, I realized they're getting it from us, from not being careful sometimes in how we criticize science and expertise. They're using some of the same techniques to discredit science, which is very interesting. I don't know if you guys know, I'll get to that in a second. So Trump's, 30,000 false claims over 4 years. Nate Silver, he's a famous guy in the US. He wrote a book, Signal and Noise, which is a very famous book. He's a political pundit. Misinformation isn't a coherent concept. It's like I said, if the biggest threat to the world was hate and stupidity, sure, too vague as hell to be anything useful. Misinformation is cope that serves as a category blocker to more useful thinking about the world's problems. He was quote tweeting me, but I blocked him, so you can't see that here. He's got like millions of followers, and so I don't know. Like my wife, asked me to stop doing this at one point, so I stopped this kind of public engagement. But I did call him out on something and said, "I'm sorry that you, misinformation expert Sander Vanderlinden, can't process that you yourself are guilty of spending misinformation." So I asked him, "How's that possible if it's not a coherent concept?" Right? And so it's completely contradictory. But they're reading it somewhere and they're using it to influence. I got like thousands of trolls during this thing. I cannot recommend engaging online too much. Somebody made a T-shirt. He called me a science baddie at one point. That's the words used, a science baddie, because I was saying that there was a scientific consensus on zoology and COVID and stuff like that. So he didn't like that. But somebody made a T-shirt for me. Science baddie. There we go. So I'm wearing it in the office, and he didn't buy one. But the lesson that I learned from that, though, is that at the time I thought that was kind of funny, but I think it became much larger than that. They didn't just read some essay somewhere and started thinking about, this is interesting. The government actually started using it, right? So Jim Jordan, who was leading the inquiry at the time, started attacking universities in the US who were doing research on misinformation, polarization, vaccines, climate. And he started a campaign that they were colluding with tech companies to censor right-wing views, right? Now, it's a concern to have if you feel that there's bias, right? But the way they went about it, of course, was extreme. I mean, they started inundating public universities who don't have the resources with freedom of information requests. They were subpoenaing scientists. They were suggesting that they cut research funding. They were focusing the whole machinery on dismantling research centers that deal with information integrity and misinformation in the United States. And, it's very serious. And of course, this went all the way up to the Supreme Court. I mean, during the election especially, there was an election coming up, and so they made sure that no misinformation researchers could actually do research on that topic, had access to data. They wanted to block everyone who worked on that topic. Talk about political interference. And the interesting thing is that if they're concerned about free speech, they're concerned about mainstream media, elites controlling narratives and so on. And the solution they offer is actually to censor, right? But as part of their argument that we need more free speech, it's a bit confusing. The Supreme Court rejected the claim that White House limited free speech in social media. They said that a president is free to talk to social media companies during a public health emergency as long as he doesn't force them to do anything, and which Biden did not. They offered suggestions, and that was not ruled problematic. Nonetheless, the Stanford Internet Observatory, major center on the sort of work that I do, was closed down because they could not, even at Stanford, a extremely well-funded university, they could not keep up with the amount of legal fees and attention it required to ward off attacks from the government. Renee DiResta, who was a colleague there, her position was terminated. Again, going back to the great philosopher Elon Musk, I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter, because that is what free speech means, right? That's interesting. So then he sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate, a NGO in the United Kingdom who documents hate on social media platforms, including Twitter. Elon did not like that they put out a report saying there's a lot of hate on Twitter, hurt advertiser revenue. So Musk sued them. He sued them to silence them. Now, what was that about? Worst critics remain on Twitter because that's what free speech means. Clearly, that's not what it means. So he sued an NGO, right, to silence them. Went to court. Federal judge dismisses Elon Musk. They lost. In fact, the judge said they clearly brought this to punish CDC for publications that criticized X Corp, and perhaps in order to dissuade others who might wish to engage in such criticism, Judge Breyer wrote. It is impossible to read the complaint and not conclude that X is far more concerned about CDCH speech than it is about its data collection methods. They were claiming that they were doing improper data collection. Like, how would they know that there's hate unless they access our data, and they're not allowed to access our data? And so they lost that lawsuit, right? And so I think that's good, but it's problematic. Lisa Fazio, who's at Vanderbilt Public Research University, lost all of her grant funding. This is a cognitive psychologist who studies, adolescence and memory, who was also interested in false information. Lost all of her federal grant money because of the attacks from the Trump administration. There was a executive order about free speech. They closed down the State Department's Global Engagement Center, which works on countering foreign disinformation. Closed it down. I was a story because I worked with the Global Engagement Center. We created a game called Harmony Square, which is about alerting the population about the playbook of foreign interference and how to pre-bunk and inoculate it. Here's Chris Krebs, who was the director of CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency at the time. He was in charge of the election. Trump fired him because he kept debunking Trump's election-related fraud claims. And he worked with us with this pineapple pizza. He came up with a pineapple pizza metaphor, which I thought was quite clever. So basically, foreign influence, he said, the way to explain it to the public is that you have, pizza, you put pineapple on it. And then you say, oh, the Italians, they're going to be offended. Cultural appropriation. You can't put pineapple on pizza, big no-no. Then you have the other side. You say, well, this is America. You can't restrict my pizza topping freedoms. It's a free country. Then you buy bots to amplify both sides, and you sow chaos and division, right? And that's what they do on abortion, immigration, climate change. So that we create an intervention based on that. And there's an election caster, and it's interactive, and people engage with this sort of stuff, and you spread rumors. And then we test people with real grim stuff from social media, polarizing misinformation. And we find that if people are inoculated, they find it less reliable, and they're more confident, and they're less willing to share it with other people. And we did this on foreign audiences, not Americans, right? This was about international, because the State Department doesn't work on Americans, right? They work on other countries. And of course, Trump and Congress brought the claim that this Global Engagement Center was engaging Americans, which is against their remit, which was completely false. But nonetheless, that was their idea. Why am I showing you a picture of cats? So just the interlude. No, we created another game about cats called Cat Park. This was done under Trump, by the way. And so this game is you move into a new city, there's a cat park being erected, and you know, it's suspicious. It's about conspiracy theories, because there's no cats in cat park, but a cat park is being erected. So you get this message, right, from you know, bad news, you're from out of town, you have no friends, oh, sadness. But then you go to this local pub and you meet this shady lady who has a theory for you. And so it kind of evolves from there. There was a memo so we did this with the US State Department. There was a memo that was leaked that I helped inform, my fingerprints all over it, because it says, with the internet, only two things are certain: the global appeal of cat videos and the persuasiveness of disinformation. Thought to liven up the US Embassy a bit. But this went viral because it was a leaked memo, which is bad for the State Department, because the person who got a hold of it was some conspiracy guy called the Foundation for Freedom Online. Van der Linden worked closely with the US government. Empirical reviewers at Harvard. I don't even know what that means, but we published a paper in a Harvard journal. I think that's what they mean, and that the Harvard journal was colluding with the government or something. But basically, you know, inoculate youth against disinformation. But then they say, oh, but this is not just a simple cat-themed video game. We will explore Cat Park, break down the memo and the bigger picture of what's all behind it and who it is. So they got this whole conspiracy going on about, this is the guy behind it, Mike Benz, who was, at the time, I didn't know him. He was a random person for me on the internet. Turns out he was a neo-Nazi online that they discovered, but also a former Trump employee. Now, Mike Benz is well known. He is a trusted advisor to Musk and both Trump, very influential. So even though I was kind of laughing at this conspiracy a couple years ago, he actually gained prominence now and has the ear of the administration. If you look at tech companies, we worked with Google, did very great research with Google. We created little pre-bunk videos. You know those ads on YouTube that you can't skip, those annoying ads? Google said, hey, we want to help. We want to empower people. Let's do videos. And so, you know, your problem is with your psychological interventions, people have to opt in. We own YouTube. What if we insert the pre-bunk videos on YouTube and people can't skip it? And we do that billions of people at the same time. You could really have impact. So we said, that's great. I'm really pleased that you want to do something about this problem. So we did lots of lab research, and then we actually tested on Google. You know, they fought with YouTube for over a year, their lawyers, to try to make this happen, because YouTube doesn't work with outside scientists. So we implemented this on YouTube. We ran campaigns with millions of people, actually found that our videos, which are content neutral, right? We're not telling people what to believe. This is about, why am I showing you a picture of Star Wars? Bit random. This is from Revenge of the Sith, and Anakin Skywalker, who goes on to become Darth Vader, spoiler alert, says, I'm not going to do the whole, Luke, you're my father, but, you know, if you're not with me, then you're my enemy. And then Obi-Wan says, only a Sith deals in absolutes. And then the narrator says, you know, don't join the dark side. Beware of these manipulation techniques. This is the template of a false dilemma, which politicians love to use. Again, it's not political, right? Anyone can do this. And we're inoculating people against a template, because then if there's a school shooting and somebody says, you know, if you're against semi-automatic rifles, then you're against the Second Amendment, or if you support this country, you're against this country. And that's what we found, you know, and it worked on YouTube. We boosted people, and they implemented this in Germany, in the EU, whataboutism, decontextualization, fear-mongering. They've reached hundreds of millions of people doing this. And then one day they decided it was over. They're no longer interested in misinformation, can't even use the word misinformation, can email them with the word misinformation. They are very scared of the Trump administration. They're very worried. They don't want to do anything about misinformation. They don't want to fact check. They don't want to do nothing about it. And that shows you the level of obedience to changing political tides. What are these tech companies doing? I mean, they want to live to see another day, so they're dropping this topic, right? Because they don't have a stake in it, and it's a real problem. Mark Zuckerberg, of course, famously said, "Fact-checking is biased, so we're getting rid of it." How convenient. Also worked with Meta, knows something about that. Mark, fact-checking was not biased, and it was actually highly effective. So a fact-checking program that I worked on with Meta, if a post had a fact-check on it, it was 90% less likely to be shared, or something around that number. It was highly effective. And you know, it's too politically biased. We need to get back to our roots around free expression. I mean, this is just nonsense. Before Musk took over, this is a PNAS study on Twitter, the political right enjoys higher amplification compared to the political left. That was already happening before Musk. I mean, research shows that these platforms were amplifying one side over another even before Musk. Here's the research on fact-checking. This is completely false. So who checks the fact-checkers? Well, there are scientists who check fact-checkers, right? So Snopes, PolitiFact, they highly correlate. So their claims that they rate, if you look at over 10,000 articles, they're matching, 70% consensus in a very conservative way. If you take out a few outliers, then you almost have perfect agreement between fact checkers. So independent fact checkers converge on the truth. This is a study from Jake Shapiro at Princeton. Who are they targeting? They are not targeting Republicans more than they are targeting Democrats. Prominence predicts fact checking, not partisanships. The more claims you put out there, the more you get fact checked. In fact, okay, but they all have the same bias. They're all elites. They're all like on the side of science and this and that. Well, actually, also, no. If you look at crowdsourced ratings from regular bipartisan people, again, this is not a political, everything I've been talking about in some ways is not a political question. These are layperson ratings of 200 claims. And then the correlation between them and fact checkers. Basically, what you find is that lay people, large groups of bipartisan lay people, converge on almost the exact same rating as independent fact checkers. There is a ground truth. People know it. Fact checkers know it. And that's what the research shows. And it's disingenuous, I think, to say that it's all due to bias and other issues. Content moderation. Again, fact checking also is not censoring, right? Pre-bunking is producing more speech, more words. Fact-checking is producing more context, more words. It's actually all about speech. It's not about censoring, but that's the narrative. But moderation, most people support it. Election denial, anti-vaccination, Holocaust denial, climate denial. Most people support moderation on social media platforms, most of the public. Even Republicans support, a majority support on election and the Holocaust, they support moderation. Not on all topics, but on most topics. Free speech in this context means me speech. They don't want free speech. They want speech that aligns with their views. Take Jim Mulkimmy off the air, right? Because he said something offensive about Charlie Kirk. That's me speech. There were tons of Republicans who spoke out about this, traditional Republicans, Reagan-type Republicans, who said, that a media regulator sends out threats to a late-night comedy show host is beyond bizarre. This should not be happening. Many Republicans spoke out against that particular issue. In fact, I met this gentleman, Don Bacon. Don likes whiskey. He is from Nebraska. That's how things are done in Nebraska. And I was a very strange situation. A whole delegation of U.S. Congress came to Cambridge for some private meeting, and they wanted to talk about misinformation. Don Bacon told me he's been the victim of misinformation. He said people keep saying that he has tons of money, and his wife doesn't know where it is. She kept asking, "Why are you hiding the money?" I think it was a joke, right? That there's fake news that he has tons of money that he doesn't actually have. But he understood the dangers of misinformation. He said, "I get it." He said, "I have questions about Biden and the pandemic and how that was handled. I don't like censoring. I don't like taking stuff down." But once we clarified that fact checking, that's not about taking stuff down. We're not taking anything down. He was supportive. He said misinformation is a problem. It's real. I think we should do something about it. But as long as we don't take stuff down. And I feel that was a real conversation that we had that moved somewhere useful, where we can find common ground, even though we don't agree on everything. Unfortunately, Don is stepping down from his position in the Senate because he said it's too toxic, and he feels that any moderate Republican has no chance of getting nuanced views in. And it's a sad situation. Inoculation pre-bunking has been written into the guidelines for very large online platforms in the EU Digital Services Act. I was very happy with that. EU is listening. However, and this is what I want to end on, where's the enforcement, right? When it comes to protecting science, scientific institutions, regulation of online social media platforms, enforcement. So Commission sends preliminary findings to X for breach of Digital Services Act. Musk does not care, will not pay fines, doesn't listen to the EU. UK is in a precarious position. They've left the EU. They're an island floating around. You know, what are they going to do? The US is one of their allies. Trump's telling them if they don't drop the Online Safety Act and other nonsense, they're going to get higher tariffs. You know, unprecedented. They're facing geopolitical threats for addressing things like online safety and misinformation. EU is facing the same thing. Trump is threatening the EU. So where's the enforcement? Right? Are we going to enforce the Digital Services Act to the full extent in the face of geopolitical threats to science, scientists, and scientific institutions, and regulation of some of the big problems? I think this is a real unprecedented issue. I mean, you know, in conversations with the UK government, you know, I mean, this is a hostile state situation, which is a weird thing to say when you talk about a former ally. You know, facing threats, Ofcom's going after 4chan. They're asking a U.S. judge to block the Online Safety Act authority. In fact, they're trying to make sure that the UK has no authority on any UK company anywhere, and they're trying to get Trump to intimidate the UK Prime Minister, right, who technically doesn't control the independent regulator, but we'll see what happens. I think very similar things are happening in the EU, okay, and I'm concerned that the EU is going to hopefully not fold like a cheap suit, but it's going to stay strong and build digital resilience in the EU. The EU is still funding research on misinformation. There are many grants on misinformation from the EU. I think that's great. I think the EU needs to double down on its efforts. I think we need to avoid any sort of anticipatory obedience. I think we need to keep funding, protect scientists, protect research programs. There's an anti-autocracy handbook that talks about what we can do in the face of rising authoritarianism. There's a new EU report coming out, Building EU Digital Resilience, from Steve Lewandowski, a colleague of mine, talks about some of the issues that are ongoing and recommendations for the EU. I think it's incredibly important, in fact, that the EU is going to protect scientists and science, is not going to waver in the face of geopolitical threats, is going to keep enforcing regulation on misinformation, is going to keep funding research, and I think we've all seen what happens if we don't. We organized the Cambridge Disinformation Summit, which is now the main summit on disinformation, that pulls together researchers from across the world, where we try to provide a space for people to come together, tackle this issue, and double down on these efforts. It's happening again in June or April this year. One of the things we try to do is get EU people from the EU Digital Services Act are there, from funding institutions, tech regulation folks, just to keep talking about this issue, and make sure that the EU is going to be resilient to the changing geopolitical landscape. And the last thing I'll say is that what I've noticed is that people will shy away from the issues: climate change, vaccinations. I don't want to get harassed. I don't want to be contested. Maybe misinformation isn't a problem after all. Maybe we should just, call it something else. I think that's the wrong approach. I think that just shows what power they have over scientists and what we do research on and what we don't do research on. The minute people start mandating what we should be researching and what we should not be researching, I think that's the beginning of the end of science. And I hope that we will continue to exercise resilience. The EU is, I think, the light in the darkness at the moment. So I'll end it there. Thanks very much. I kind of missed
very much, Sander. You said that you were going to keep it real, and that was a bracing reality check, I think. And there was a lot of stuff in there. It's funny, when you brought your bag up, I thought, oh, he's going to do a runner afterwards.
No, I'll be here.
And so we have a few minutes now, actually, for any questions that you might have for Sander, or indeed for Jensi. And as you are gathering your thoughts, I have a question for you.
Sure, yeah.
Because you said, actually, yeah, it's true. You might think now, oh, I don't want to go out there on social media. In fact, you said at one point, I don't encourage you to spend too much time on X because it's trolls.
Yeah.
But what do we take from the current situation, right, which is full of animosity and ignorance? And I use ignorance. I don't want to be morally pejorative. I'm talking here about just technical information. What does that mean for us who are gathered here thinking about how we build a policy environment to support a more rigorous assessment of research, given that we're saying, yeah, social engagement is kind of on the margins, we need to be doing more social engagement, and then this is what you get when you think of social engagement? What would you say in response to that, or to kind of give us hope and to steel us?
I think it's a good question. I think the Nate Silver example was it wasn't a great one, because that was a bit of a toxic conversation that I try to stay away from. But I'm on most platforms, and one of the things I find really important is to engage with people from the other side, and to hear from people why they distrust science, what they don't like about science, how we can do better. And I talk to people all the time. I talk to Trump supporters all the time. I talk to people who believe in conspiracy theories, people who believe that the world's being run by Satan, pedophile rings. And at the end of the day, I think you can have a normal conversation with a lot of people. It's just that it requires a lot of training on how to engage on social media these days. A lot of academics have migrated to LinkedIn, which is a specific type of business, more oriented platform. The conversations are different. X is very different. A lot of trolls on X. Blue Sky is, it is a center-left echo chamber in a lot of ways. But I think each sort of platform requires a style of communication that's slightly different. And many scientists just aren't trained on how to do it. I didn't take a course. I'm not saying I'm great at it. I just had to learn through experience. Okay, so when there are two now, when there's ad hominem attacks, when I feel it's bad faith, I just disengage now and stop. But otherwise, I'll have conversations with people. And I think it's just really important that scientists go out there and talk to people. I think to truly understand why people distrust science or whether they have issues, it's important, I think, for scientists to reach out and talk to people. If you're an immunologist, you might not feel like having conversations about vaccination, or if you're a climate scientist about why climate change isn't a hoax. Right, and so, but I think it's just really important that people hear from scientists, and most regular people do want to hear from scientists, but we don't have the education. I think training academics on how to do public engagement and social media, having those resources at universities, I think is really important. And then we need to protect junior faculty. Certainly in my space, a lot of junior researchers are worried about their reputation and going online or being attacked or harassed. And I think that's a real problem. And lots of universities are struggling with how can we provide legal, financial, social resources to support faculty. I mean, we have a scholar at our university who does research on Black scholarship, and he's being doxxed and harassed at his home. The university needs to know how to protect people, right, in terms of physical resources, social resources, and I think that's important that universities get funding for that they get expertise on that, because I think at the moment we stop engaging, I think we will just become more estranged and detached and cold and less human to people.
Yeah, no, I think thank you, that makes a lot of sense. And in fact, I'm reminded of a network with the science media centers around this global network of science media centers. And actually one of the areas of research they'd done was actually talking to people who had experienced harassment online. And the number one thing that they wanted was more support from their institutions. So that makes a lot of sense. I see there's a hand here. Yes.
Yes. Hi. My name is Tung Tung from Erasmus University Rotterdam. This question is directed for Jensi in particular. So basically, I just want to combine sort of the topics of both talks in a way where if we look at research culture and the publish and perish thing going on, there's a lot of paper mills So not only misinformation happen on the other side where politicians are using these devices, but scientists themselves are also opportunists who are using their papers and maybe publishing computer-generated papers, image duplication, all these data, all these behaviors that are actually polluting the scientific publication system. Because if we're saying we're standing on the shoulders of giants, right, I think that the scientific publication system is so polluted right now that we have so many articles being published every single day that we can hardly read and keep up. And then we outsource that to AI to give us summaries. So I just want maybe, Yancy, you to reflect on that and your research on research culture and how does all this tie in? Yeah.
So we found that you know, that publications were extremely high in the ranks, you know, of what is asked from researchers, and I think that has to do a lot with a lot of researchers just being desperate to follow their careers, you know, and just doing whatever mean. So that's what we mean probably when we say that, you know, what we incentivize, you know, will become a norm. Because if you incentivize researchers to publish at a rate that is much higher, you know, because it's becoming so hyper-competitive that you need unrealistic amount of work to be put to publish that much. And then, yeah, of course, they will be unethical. So instead of the quantity of papers or the volume of a you know, measure of productivity, we should actually focus on research integrity, for example, you know, and instead of results, the methods, so that everything is grounded in very sound scientific products, you know, and base in science is good.
So really, you're talking about looking really at kind of process indicators rather than outputs per se, as an example. Yeah, okay. Did you want to say anything around that, Sandra, as well?
No, I think that's great.
Sure. And I see there's a hand over here. Yes?
I have the microphone, though.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Hi, Sandra Lapointe from McMaster University in Canada, and my question is for Sander. And it's a naive question, I'm not a specialist, but sure. I'm interested. So when we talk about misinformation, one question that arises is, but who are those people who believe the things that are false? Are they just stupid, they believe lies? And I feel bad about this idea that a lot of people are being completely misled and deluded and they're not smart enough to recognize the truth. So I wonder if there's not something else going on here and whether you might have something to say about it. So for instance, when we think about social epistemology and sort of like the drive that we have as social beings to coalesce, could it be that the priority in some contexts is not so much to signal that you are recognizing what's true at the cost of being wrong, but signaling that you are part of a coalition that is sort of agreeing to play that game, that this is the truth, because it just, I don't know, infuriates the left or something like that. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that. I just don't like the idea that a lot of people are just, you know, too stupid to know what's true.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. And in fact, it's, I think to some extent true. I mean, we did this one study where we asked people to rate true and false headlines, partisans from both sides. They didn't do so well. But then we started paying them for the correct answer. And like all of a sudden, they did know the right answer, right? And so it's about group signaling, that deep down, they do know there's something fishy going on here, but they were signaling to their group, right, that this is a narrative that fits. And so I think there is a small group of people. We know from hundreds of studies that intelligence, cognitive reflection, you know, how deliberate you are does correlate with how susceptible you are to misinformation. So there is a, you know, but it's also, you know, when you stress the brain out on social media with multiple tasks, it becomes difficult for anyone to discern, right? So it's exploitative in the sense that we tend to share, all of us can share misinformation when we stress the brain out because we don't have enough resources to engage analytically on everything, right? And so anyone can spread misinformation. There are a group of people who are especially vulnerable in the sense that they might they might have cognitive constraints that make them more susceptible. But for a large proportion of the population, misinformation serves a social function, right? It's about group signaling. It's also kind of a market. So some people are motivated to consume and spread certain narratives, right? So it's not the case that, we're all empty vessels waiting to be manipulated, right? People have their own agendas, and they seek out information that confirms their beliefs and identities, and they want to share false information with other people. In fact, there was a very concerning survey from Edelman that showed that almost half of youth thought that intentionally sharing disinformation for the purpose of social change is acceptable, right? So clearly, people are using the concept for social reasons, and I think social motivations can override accuracy motivations in a lot of contexts, and particularly, for example, in adolescence. There are lots of things that are going on. So youth are more susceptible to social pressure. They're also more risk-taking because the brain is still forming, right? And so the reason why a lot of youth might be succumbing to magical thinking and wellness grifts and all sorts of misinformation is because they're being socially pressured into doing something, or they're engaging in more risks than they would otherwise. So yeah, there's all kinds of explanations other than people are just not intelligent enough. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm going to adapt my own data collection methods and ask who has the microphone. Yes, okay.
Hello, my name is Fun Man. I'm from Singapore. I work with CNC with the Global Young Academy. My question is for Sander. Just to follow up with the question here, I would like to ask for some opinion. If you were to try to train knowing about cognitive biases, that what makes us human, to the young people, K to 12, who are closer to the family, who are influenced by friends, what is the best method? Through books, through TV programs, or what? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So you were asking what is the best method to counter misinformation with family and... Oh, yes. So, I mean, the assumption is that actually when it comes to pre-bunking or inoculation, it gets more challenging as we get older because beliefs and their ideologies crystallize. So for that, if you look at countries such as, well, it's funny, my collaborator in Sweden keeps telling me that Finland isn't that great. But, he would say that, wouldn't he? And so, I think they are doing something good in Finland, I think, in the sense that, they're doing this from a very early age. They're starting at age 4, media literacy education, responsible use of social media. I think research shows that kids start developing a sense of plausibility of what might be true and false around the age of 4. So I think that's my own daughter is 4. I'm currently engaging with her about what might be fake, what might be real. And so I think that is a very natural place to start because they're open-minded, they're still learning, and so the idea is if you introduce this into schools from a very young age, in a non-political way, obviously, just telling people to develop or helping them develop critical thinking rather than telling people what to believe necessarily, right? I think that is a much more sustainable long-term approach than trying to catch people on and off throughout the population when they're already embedded in echo chambers and social structures. So I do think that starting young is quite important. In fact, we've just done actually a project with the ministry in Singapore on deepfakes and deepfake education. Which, I haven't talked about AI, but it's a whole nother issue.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm Hamid Khan. I'm the Open Research Manager at Imperial College London. So my question's in 2 parts, so both of you can answer. You mentioned in your talk, Sander, that there is a high degree of trust in science and scientists, but I suppose that the real question there is why? Why do people trust scientists? What values and practices of science and scientists do people trust and that make them trustworthy? And the question for Jensi is, could understanding those values provide a basis for research assessment reform?
So, Sander, do you want to start first with the values, and then I think Jensi can pick up from that? Yeah.
It's a great question. So some of the predictors in that study were that people think that, science has value for policy, that they think that science improves human lives. They think that, that basically it's a category of things about the benefits of science to the public, right? The perceived benefits of science. And often somehow we assume, I guess, that it's obvious to people that there are benefits to science, but I think sometimes those need to be articulated much more explicitly. So that was one of the important predictors. And I think in terms of trustworthy behavior, basic social cognition works in terms of warmth and competence. So scientists are perceived as competent but not warm. And I think that's kind of where the engagement comes in. That, a lot of, if you look at the research on Trump, for example, the reason, one major predictor of support for him is not because people don't know that what he says is false necessarily, but it's this what we call truth speak versus belief speak. So people who speak the truth are regarded as cold and detached, where the people who speak what they believe are regarded as authentic. And I think scientists struggle sometimes with just being cold communicators of facts rather than being warm and human. I sometimes use self-deprecating humor. I make fun of science sometimes. I mean, that's not for everyone. But I try to connect with people. But I think being trustworthy, some of our research shows that so we did one study where we told people the standard NHS government message: vaccines are safe, you need to get vaccinated. The other one, we actually did look, it's your decision to get vaccinated. There's risks, there's benefits. You need to talk to your doctor and then make an informed decision. And then actually the people with the lowest trust in science thought that that was a much more trustworthy communication because it talked about pros and cons, it recognized uncertainty, and it didn't tell them what to do. It didn't restrict their perceived freedom of choice. And so a lot of the things I do in my science communication is try to highlight those things, like transparency, uncertainty, quality of evidence. And I think sometimes we're just too pushy in a sense. These are the facts, this is solid evidence, you just need to accept it. And I think that's sometimes what leads people to form untrustworthy opinions of science and scientists. And so talking about the why and showing signs of trustworthiness, because why would people trust? It's because you show evidence of being a trustworthy communicator, which involves some of these principles, like being open and transparent, recognizing uncertainty, limitations. And I found that in my personal discussions with people who are high in populism or conspiratorial reasoning, I find that to be quite useful, because once they recognize your humility, they become more humble, and we can find a compromise.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
So I found that there are a few things, that drive us to be a bit separate from that reality, For example, we're trained to have silos, We speak very technical language that is only understandable by a few of us, inside the lab. And then if you talk to another scientist from other similar discipline, you don't understand anything. And that also, when we write papers, is in the same way. So we're only communicated with a small group of people and not communicating with anyone outside. And we promote this because we want people just to be in the same community, talking the same language all the time so you can be productive. That's one thing. And the other thing is that communication is not incentivized. It's seen as a side object. And anything that has to do with trust in science or open science, for example, that might help bring the science outside of this small group, then it's not valued. So if we want to have this kind of behavior where we can help with trust in science, then we need to incentivize the right things, which is, for example, open science, trustworthiness and rigor of the methodology, openness, and communication, science communication. We're not trained and we don't do any science communication. Right now, I believe that it's more valuable for a scientist to do a 1 or 2 minute TikTok than write another paper, especially if it's a review paper, which will be generated by AI.
Thank you very much, Jensi. You've just made a comment there, which I think is really interesting. I just want to kind of come back to this for a minute. When you talked about actually the way that we're siloed in our technical knowledge, and I know that this is a huge issue at the moment for folks behind quantum computing and the ability to realize the societal value of that kind of work. So it's really not, I know it's a very pressing subject right now. You're going to say?
Yes, and just to make sure to acknowledge that only 18% of papers have a woman cited in the authorship of any AI or computational work. So that's how siloed it is.
Yeah. No, and I think we've heard as well about the value of diversity for in the research process for the rigor of the findings and outcome. Listen, a huge thank you to our speakers. I think it's it reflects well, I think, on the quality of discussions that we're going to have. However, we're going to have a break now. We're going to have a little coffee break. We'll come back in about 35 minutes. So at 3:30, we will reconvene here for the first panel discussion. I just want you to know as well, there will be a group photo immediately after the panel discussion at 5 p.m. Okay? So just letting you know if you want to freshen up. Thank you. Okay, folks. Okay, folks. I think we're going to presume. If you could take your seat. I know from experience, actually, it reflects something of the quality of the discussion the longer it takes for the room to be quiet. So I'm hoping the discussion quality is not too high and that we might be able to resume relatively promptly. Okay, I'm going to hand over to the chairs for our opening plenary panel on research culture and drivers of change. And now I'll hand over to David Pearson and Karen Strobrant.
Thank you, Nick. Oh, this works. I can hear.
Yes.
Okay, great. So it's a pleasure to kick off this plenary panel, opening plenary panel, with a whole series of excellent colleagues and speakers. And I will just introduce the speakers very briefly to the stage, and you can come up here as you like from now on, beginning. Our first panelist will be Gemma Modinas, who is a professor of neuroscience and mental health at the Institute of Psychiatry, Psychology and Neuroscience at King's College. Welcome, Gemma, to the floor. Our second panelist is Maria Leptin. She's the current president of the European Research Council, ERC. Without further ado, please, Maria. Our next speaker and panelist is Cecilie Brøgner. She's the current CEO of Innovation Fund Denmark, a public fund that invests in entrepreneurs, researchers, and businesses. Welcome, Cecilie. Then we have also among the panelists, Sonja Osenfeld-Repp. She's now the head of division of research culture at the German Research Foundation. Welcome, Sonja. And last but definitely not least, we will have Michael Antoft from the European Commission, head of open research and open science infrastructures at DG Research. All right. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us for a conversation the next hour or so. We have in this opening panel planned to take a bit of stock of current and future dimensions of research assessment and how among your institutions you're working to reform and think about, reflect upon some of the drivers, not only of reforming research assessment, but also what actually makes quality and impact of research and innovation for your own institutions. So we will explore a bit some of the incentives and reward structures that can help celebrate diversity of contributions, is something you will hear more about. And also, as we now heard both the minister and Jensi and other people and Per Michael speak about, how do we support the entire value chain from generation to transmission, exchange, and implementation of knowledge and innovation in society, by asking the panelists what they believe are the necessary steps forward to equipping both the individual researchers, but definitely also universities and funding agencies themselves with the infrastructure and the frameworks necessary for change. Yeah, over to you, Karen. Well, I forgot to actually introduce my co-chair, which I will do immediately. Karen Strobrant, I guess most of you know her. She's really part of the central part of, if not the leader of the Coera family. She's director at Culture Base and has been the penholder for drafting the agreement on reforming research assessment and is currently also the vice chair of Coera. So without further notice, Karen, please.
Thank you. Thanks so much, David. So the first thing I wanted to say is, just for those in the room who are not aware, that we already had a delightful event this morning because Coera celebrates its third anniversary this year, in December. We were actually launched in 2022. But I also, just before giving the floor to these amazing panelists, wanted to say that I'm very delighted to be here as co-chair of COARA. I'm very much in listening mode to take back insights from this session and all the sessions that will follow throughout the conference. I've been already very impressed by the talks this morning. And I think it's clear that we are facing challenges that require a lot of thought and discussion. I hope we'll come away with some really good ideas from this conference that will help us to really kind of face that future full of challenges, but building on the continued compass that I think the commitments of COARA can offer through that. And I think that's probably enough from me. So before I invite the first panelist, can I just remind everyone to please keep your opening statements to about 5 minutes so that we have plenty of time for discussion. And then I'll just hand over to you, Gemma. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So hello, everyone. Thank you very much, David and Karen and the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Gemma Molinos. I'm Professor of Neuroscience and Mental Health at King's College London. And my involvement in the research assessment reform began when I was chair of the Young Academy of Europe, which is an association of about 300 young scholars, young to mid-career researchers across Europe who have recently started their own labs. So as part of the work with the YIE, we organized a panel discussion at the joint conference with Academia Europea in 2021, where we focused on reforming research assessment. And we invited Professor Kostas Glinos, who was the head of unit of open science at the European Commission at the time. And so through that, he mentioned that they were building a coalition of the willing that would be working towards reforming research assessment. And I joined that core group representing the Young Academy. And so that was really rewarding and intensive work that showed a testament of how, for an endeavor that it's about reforming research assessment, researchers were involved, and also young to mid-career researchers. And then, of course, the agreement was launched in 2022, and then COARA became. And so since then, because of the inexorable passing of time, I've graduated from the Young Academy now. But I've continued, of course, to keep very much in touch with them. They are involved in every single working group from COARA, so I can speak to that work that's being done in their perspective. Also, as part of Academia Europea, I am a member of the Hercules expert group, which focuses on higher education, and the conferences every year we've been talking about leadership and how we, who is leading the universities, how we enact change, where is needed. And finally, I've also decided to focus locally at King's, right? Because I've been doing all this work European-wise, but what's happening in my university? And through working with the research culture team, I've gotten to understand quite well what are some experiences and potential barriers to actually trickling down to institutions. What is the reality of COARA being joined or not? And it's not going to be a name and shame, but I think it's going to be helpful to know that several high-profile universities in the UK have signed DORA but not joined COARA. And so we can discuss that as part of the panel. And I'm looking forward to everyone else's contributions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. I'll invite Maria next.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the questions that you gave us, and you asked, while there were complementary agendas on open science and inclusivity competing for resources, expectations, etc., rising to secure competitiveness and uphold scientific knowledge, do we see a need for the shift in the positioning of research assessment reform in view of these evolutions? And I found that strange because it's as if there was a tension between those things. And I see no tension. They both work in the same direction. Now, briefly about the ERC, I'm the president of the ERC, and as you know, we're a research funder. In our evaluations, excellence is the sole criterion for selection. Now, that sounds simple, but of course the question is, how do you judge excellence? So for the projects, it requires panels who judge the science. We do also judge the researchers, not to the extent as one might have to when one's recruiting a new faculty colleague. A lot more aspects of a person's personality matter for recruitment as a colleague, then they matter when you're judging whether that person is able to carry out a very ambitious project. So our selection process is extremely competitive. We care very much about scientific freedom and scientific autonomy. They are fundamental for the researchers. And in 2022-2023, we carried our scientific council, the scientific council of 22 very eminent researchers across the entire spectrum, from the humanities to the natural sciences, who guide the strategy for the ERC. We carried out an assessment of our procedures, many of which were old and were devised at a time when careers still look different from the way they look now. As a result of that, we made changes. We made changes to the application forms. We had already signed DORA a bit later than many other organizations, but hey, we ended up signing it. We strongly discourage our panels from using any metrics, not just journal impact factors, but any inappropriate metrics. So we did make changes to the application forms. We reduced the number of achievements applicants were allowed to use, had some funny ones. We said 10, max 10. And so I got a call from somebody who said, so is it okay if I sort of list 10 scientific achievements I've had and sort of add some 10 or 20 or 30 references to each of those? No, of course that's not what it meant. So we made these changes to take into account the change in careers, and the outcome of that assessment, which we finished at the time when it was time to sign COARA, were actually 100% consistent with the demands, the stipulations, the guidelines of COARA. And so it was very easy for us to sign the agreement because we'd just done all that stuff. So I think we were quite proud that we'd made those changes. Maybe they didn't go as far as in some other institutions that already made similar changes. But what's perfectly clear is we constantly update them. So we constantly monitor how they work for the community, how they work for the evaluating panelists, and keep tweaking. But when it comes to shifting position, no. We think we've done what we could. We will continue to do, but in competitiveness, scientific autonomy, that's in our blood. So we're happy with that.
Thank you so much, Maria. I'll come to Cicely next.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I am the CEO of the Innovation Fund Denmark. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's one of three research funding agencies in Denmark, but where the two others are focusing on foundational and basic research. What we are put in place to do is to build the bridge between research and commercialization, and with a specific target to deliver impact on society. So that's also why we insist on calling it an investment. It's not an investment with the traditional view of a return on investment, but it's a return on society. And the reason that I underscore that is it makes a difference in what and how we address and approach the evaluations, which is obviously the focus here today. But in general, we co-finance high-risk and high impact projects across both industry and academia. And that also means that we operate a very broad portfolio, and that also lies in our mandate. If we look at it from a value chain perspective, we are mandated to cover from very early research up to almost ready for commercialization, and that is also because the Danish innovation ecosystem, we have other private and public funds that will then take over after us. So that's how the value chain is thought through. But the common denominator for us is that is innovation, and it's never only research, but it also means that we do not fund innovation that is not research-based. So we have other company supporting instruments to do that, like everybody else, I suppose. But it has to be research-based in our system. We have different themes that we have to cover, but in general, it means that everything can be supported by us. We only have grants, and it doesn't exclude social sciences, as many could be brought to believe. But it covers everything from technical sciences to social sciences as well. Common denominator is innovation. And the main thing that we have worked on, I should say, or well, maybe I should start that we also have 3 evaluation criteria that cuts across, irrespective of what theme we operate in. So what we evaluate is that it has to be of high quality, and it has to be delivering on impact. And it has to be credible implementation. So these are the 3 criteria that cuts across all of our 7 programs, and on which the panel structure that we operate evaluates the applications. What is new and what we have put a lot of emphasis in the past 2-3 years in our organization is how we set up and new but still targeted impact framework, so we can measure and monitor and deliver the feedback setup for the investments that our board of directors decide to pursue. And that is, as you will all know, not an easy thing to find a causal effect between whatever small or big investment from us, and then what happens 10 years later. But nevertheless, if you don't dare, you'll never succeed. So we've tried to set up this impact framework where we've made a change strategy for each program. All applications have to also elaborate on what impact they expect and how they intend to secure it. And we are just getting there. We've developed our data warehouse, and we're beginning to produce impact reports on all our programs, and we'll see if it flies. I'm sure we'll get a lot of criticism from the academic audience, but again, who doesn't dare will never win anything. So that's what we are embarking on. So enough for now, I think.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Cecilie. I think then we have Sonja next.
Yes, thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm head of the division Research Culture at the German Research Foundation. And I think the title, Research Assessment as a Driver for Change, was very well chosen because it reminds us that the reform is not being pursued for its own sake, but with clear goals in view. And I think research funding organizations really play a key role in advancing responsible research assessment and also in counteracting false incentives, as we've heard tomorrow in the talks already. So we are Germany's central self-governing research funding organization, and we fund basic research, knowledge-driven research, bottom-up with ideas from the researchers. And very early on, we have promoted a quality over quantity approach in order to counteract these false incentives. And one of the cornerstones of our efforts was the DFG Code of Conduct for safeguarding good research practice. So we really rooted it deep down in good research practice, what the performance criteria should be. And the institutions that want to get funding from the DFG, they have to really implement the provisions of the code in their own laws, I would say. This makes the code really into a system-wide instrument for cultural change because it has a leverage effect within the German research ecosystem. And it emphasizes really, amongst others, a qualitative multidimensional performance assessment, and the other indicators should only be taken into account when really think about it. Building on this, we have also reformed our own funding procedures to strengthen substance-orientated evaluation even further. And therefore, as many other funders, we have implemented a new mandatory CV template and a position statement on academic publishing to broaden the focus beyond publication counts and allowing the applicants to document diverse achievements and also their personal circumstances. And all publication types are valued equally, from peer-reviewed papers to preprints, data sets and software. And we have two categories. At first it was sometimes misleading the applicants, so it's category A, the more normal one, peer-reviewed papers and so on and so forth. And the other one, category B, is a more open one, where you really can include the achievements that you think might count for the project you have in mind. So it's quite open. And in this sense, really, the awareness has to grow among reviewers, the committee members, but also, to be frank, among the staff of the head office for this cultural shift, also in us guiding, leading the review panels and talking to the committee members and the applicants. To give a brief example, in 2023 we had a reviewer survey under the Excellence Strategy. This is a large funding program by the state and the Länder. And this showed that quantitative indicators and ranking are playing a somewhat smaller role now within the assessment. In 2018, we conducted a quite similar study, and there 55% of the reviewers said they had consulted performance indicators other than application and the CV as a source of information. And in the current survey, it's only 40%. So indeed, it's a gradual shift that maybe can be seen from this study. And also we have first internal studies of our CV template. And this study shows that the applicants are really keen and using the free text fields and are happy to provide a broad spectrum of their achievements. And for us, as German Research Foundation, it's really key that we are funded exclusively, more or less, by public funds. And we always distribute it on the basis of strictly research-led criteria. And our message has always been like this: in a thriving research environment with space for knowledge-driven research, you also yield and foster many other public goods, like democratic values, like integrity. And it really does so most effectively when really allowed to operate by research standards and when it must not cater explicit policy demands or priorities. So to our impression, it's really key that the researchers are allowed to have curiosity-driven projects which really enable them to take ownership of their own work. And to our conviction, what's true for research as a whole is also true for research assessment. So if we trust the researchers to determine what constitutes great research, also assessment systems will deliver research that supports and strengthens these broader public goods. And therefore we need, as you've already said, a vibrant research culture. And as a research funder, we can help to drive this systematic transformation. And that's one of the reasons why we initially hosted the German national chapter of COARA. And it explicitly serves not only the COARA members within the German research community, but also the ones that were reluctant or unsure at first, because we really want to engage them all and want to achieve a genuine bottom-up engagement. And as you may know, we are an association under private law, and our members are universities and research performing institutions, and many of them are also joining COARA or not joining COARA, some of them, and together all the actors in the German system with shared responsibility and autonomy, we try to work on the research assessment reform. So I think once a critical mass of funders and employers is ahead, others will have no reason to resist the reform, and maybe the reform will have its own momentum, at least as I will close for now. That's my optimistic thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, thanks Sonja. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much also for the invitation. The name of the unit is not on the slide, so I'm heading the European Commission's unit for open science and research infrastructures. It was in fact our unit who pushed for research assessment reform to be a fundamental part, a community-driven part of the renewed European research area, when we relaunched that 20 years after its introduction into the EU treaty in 2000. So in 2020, we pushed for this to be a fundamental part of it. So our starting point was from an open science point of view. We had seen progress over 2 decades of open science policy across Europe, but also at the European level, progress in open access to publications, open sharing and responsible management of data, but the progress was very slow. So only a few percentages. And what we saw was that there was this lack of recognition, lack of incentives, lack of rewards for practicing open science. And the fundamental reason was indeed the way that researchers, research organizations, and research itself was being assessed. So we took on this task to consult very broadly stakeholders. It was, of course, also informed by initiatives that preceded this from Science Europe, from EUA, also that came out with different surveys, results of different surveys, and a statement, even before 2020. But as I said, we went through board consultation. Gemma already mentioned the core group as well, which was part of helping us with this. And very quickly we realized it goes way beyond open science policy. It's such a fundamental issue. I would like to quote one of the early career researchers from the time, which I really think still sums it up very nicely. She said, "I don't want to find myself ever again in this situation where I have to choose between what I have to do, which is good for science, or what I have to do for what is good for my career. Both should be the same." And I think this sums it up very nicely, and this was, of course, the fundamental motivation for us to launch this. So this is what we have put forward, not only in the agreement behind COARA and the setting up of COARA itself, but also at the highest level that we can reach, and we called it a pact for how research and innovation should be done in Europe. So this is a pact that has been signed off by all research ministers in Europe back in 21. And we have followed up on that. We have what we call an ERA policy agenda. Every 3 years we renew that one. And research assessment reform has always been one of the top priorities in this policy agenda. So if you read them, it's about rewarding what we value in research. It's about recognizing that there is a diversity of contributions, that lead to higher quality and higher impact of the research. And we are supporting it also through different council conclusions. There was a reference only in the side event this morning, but also a short hint at that at council conclusions in June 22, where again research ministers confirmed their support. So we truly believe that if we award quality and impact of a diverse set of outputs and policies, then we encourage researchers to be more innovative, to take higher risk, and these risks and higher innovative pieces of research, they do not necessarily lead to publications, but very often we see they lead to very significant breakthroughs. So it's very important to recognize this diversity. And I would like to make another link as well, that if we reduce the pressure to conform to a very narrow set of metrics, then researchers will have less freedom. They will have less autonomy to do the research that they need to do, driven by curiosity or driven by the needs of society. So there is an intrinsic link, and I guess we'll come back to that because you also have in one of your questions the link to what we can do still at the European level. Also the question that Maria referred to on contradicting policies. I think with this, I'm agreeing with, they're certainly not competing, but indeed complementary policies. At the Commission, as you know, we're not only doing policy, we're also funding quite a lot, and we have been funding this reform also, as well as trying to lead the way, trying to show the way also in our own program. So as you probably know, we are financially supporting the operations and the bodies behind Quora. Very importantly as well, we're supporting the institutions. So at the level of the institutions, the changes that are taking place very often require upfront investments and require some seed funding, incentive funding. So this we are also doing through cascading of funds into to different institutions. And the third thing I would like to mention is that we have privileged seats in groups that include, in particular, country-level authorities. Because you can only do so much at the institutional level, but if you hit a barrier, for instance, there's a national law, or there's lack of support, or financially, or even culturally support from the ministries or from the public authorities, your reform process would stop. We are also very much seeing Quora as a cultural change, and this is why we believe, research assessment reform as a cultural, and this is why we believe Quora is a very important platform, because it allows that there is a critical mass of institutions that would like to have change, to exchange experience, to experiment together jointly, to see what works and what doesn't work, to have the evidence also of this, and to share the different tools that indeed can be reused. So this has been our focus so far. For the future, and you will see it already, because in May we published what we believe is important for us at the European level. It's about implementation. It's all about implementation now, and this is why we will continue to support institutions to continue to experiment, to do the changes. We will continue to raise awareness, because although the numbers are impressive, there's still a long way to go. It is a critical mass, there is a real movement, but there are also important players that are still not there. So there's still something to do to raise awareness and be convincing. And we will also help analyzing the progress, identifying gaps, identifying needs, because there's still a lot to do on the reform process. Finally, yes, we need to keep the reform process, but it's not only a matter of shifting from one state to another. Once we are in the other state, we need to continuously be critical of ourselves, continuously find the evidence of what is working and what is not working. So it's a constant engagement. It's a reform process that will not stop. We need to constantly improve the criteria, improve the processes, the tools at our disposal, because the context is changing.
Thank you, Michael. And that's an excellent segue to our first question for the panel, because I really wanted to talk to you about implementation. I'm picking up a lot of challenges of implementation, but at very different levels. I think Gemma was speaking about the reality of signing COARA and what is needed in terms of local efforts and championing. We also heard both from Maria and from Michael this need to constantly update, and the fact that science and the way science is done keeps evolving faster, I think, than it used to, and we need to keep evolving with that. We heard from Cecily about a new targeted impact framework and how that is being implemented, and from Sonia also about reforming evaluation and new CV template implementation, and then of course also from Michael about how we close that gap between what's good for careers versus what is good for science and all the levels in which the EU is working on that. So I did want to ask, we have seen this remarkable momentum and we see all these examples of implementation but also challenges with that implementation. So we wanted to first ask a bit about what you are seeing as the most important drivers for achieving reform, and maybe each at the level where you're operating. And maybe just to already give a practical example, one of the projects I'm involved in myself is around actually the narrative CV and how that's been implemented. And research in that field by myself, but also others here in the room from the Research on Research Institute, is showing that the kind of, if we would say, the bottleneck there is the engagement of reviewers in using that tool as intended, and that's a real, if we want to set in on one kind of part of that process where we put resources, it would be really at that stage. So I just want really to invite your thoughts on what are the drivers, what are the levers from each of your positions, whether it's local change, getting the community at the RC on board, all the way to getting ministers and country level authorities on board. What are the important things we need to do as next steps in this implementation of reform? And maybe we start the other way around, Michael, and we come back this way.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, it picks up nicely with implementation. How is this? How are institutions, but also policymakers and funders, going to help to translate the principles for reform into concrete practices? I think was the word used in some of the in the other opening sessions. So yes, this is of course about changing assessment criteria, processes, and tools, but it's also about going down to, as was explained, the different templates that are now available for funding applications, narrative CVs, of course, but it also links with other policies like recognizing changes, different job profiles is another way. So yes, possibly also new forms of peer review or more broadly community scrutiny is another, I think, avenue that needs to be pursued. So when you talk about implementation, it's very important also to be open-minded, I think, and not, for instance, to be bogged down in what is the best form of the narrative CV, but really open up and say this is all about openness and transparency, to be open for scrutiny and criticism, and see it as a collaborative endeavor to increase research quality and the likely impact of the research outputs. This, of course, is already in the commitments that follows the principles. Another thing which I think is very important is that since we broaden up the diversity of contributions that can contribute to higher research quality, we need the data to fill them. There's lots of data around the traditional metrics around publications, but less so about models, software, data. It's data on data, if you like. So this again, of course, is one of the commitments, and we all have important, closely connected initiatives like the Barcelona Declaration. So it's important also to take advantage of these reinforcing initiatives and make sure that implementation happens also with the right data available for assessing all kinds of contributions. I already mentioned Quora as an important collective platform. So the toolbox of Quora is very important. The facilitation of sharing, experimenting with changes to research assessment. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, and I probably should have mentioned in my opening statement, is the leadership. The leadership at the institutions, very important to have them on board. Because I mentioned the national authorities, but of course the leadership at the university is the first level that has to be passed to really get the implementation across. And then working together in different communities, including beyond Europe, to ensure that there is a minimum level of coherence, or at least non-contradiction, between different assessment systems. I think I'll stop here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. I'll come maybe to Sonja next with the question. You were talking about a gradual shift. What are the next steps from your perspective in implementing the change and going through that shift?
I think for us it's very important to keep the topic on the agenda. Also with the other stakeholders within the German system, to engage in the dialogue, to raise awareness, and to showcase what our understanding of the Quora principles is, how we implement them in our funding procedures, what effects this have on the German research system, and to engage the communities in this process. So it's not an easy task. One of you already said, what is excellence? This is also a topic that we are dealing with. Can excellence be really defined? Should it be defined? How narrow it should be defined, how broad? And some people are afraid of this dialogue to work really on excellence because it might affect also the way they have worked before or the way they earned funding so far. So for us, I think what I meant by gradual shift is that it really has to trickle down to the researchers and also in the funding system itself. And we really have to adapt the principles to our national context. And I think that's really important for all of the member states and all the participating institutions. And what you've already said, we need more data or at least qualitative impressions of how policies really work if you try to implement them. And there's an interesting analysis by Science Europe on open science. And it really showed that these practices could strengthen research culture and support also better research assessment. But you really have to properly incentivize them and you have embed them in the right infrastructures. And I think this is what we're all working on. We have existing long-standing infrastructures, traditions in all of our research systems, and to work on them really deep down where the system is rooted, this is a long-term task.
Thanks, Sonja. Cecilia, I think the interesting point I took from you was, there's going to be criticism from our academic community. Obviously, that is a challenge to implementation. Do you have any further insight on that?
No, well, maybe I should say that well, we find it, very important work that's been done to revisit the assessment criteria. But maybe one thing, and that's obviously coming from our foundation and our mandate, we find it also quite striking that the word innovation doesn't even appear in the Quora framework. So maybe that could also be a little, thought to reconsider, and particularly giving the recent reports, for instance, the Draghi and Letty and all others report that Europe has a competitiveness challenge, and this is not rooted in lack of excellent research. On the contrary, really, it's more a persistent difficulty for not only Denmark but Europe in general in turning research into societal and economic solutions and really reaping that benefit. So maybe there's something missing really in that it goes back a little to too narrow maybe and too traditional assessment criteria. So we fully acknowledge and we buy in on the Quara principle, although we haven't signed yet. But it's because we do something a little different. So we're looking into how can it really fit with our mandate also. And this is where there's kind of a missing link. We think that if we in Europe are supposed to focus on, or dare to be more competitive and both resilient and autonomous research, as I think we could all agree is a necessary or a given challenge, we need to focus not only on excellence in research, but also really in what transformative potential research holds. We need to bring it all the way to society and a benefit for society what we perform research in. So that should also be possible to include in future assessment criteria, really. And then I think, if I may add one or two things actually, I think it's a challenge that we're not good enough at in general to set up also a vision of how does success look like. If we have to, what are the challenges that we face? And I think that holds a huge potential actually for Europe if we dared to work a little more in that direction, because we keep stumbling over ourselves and our structural challenges, 27 member states, etc. But we can all agree on what the challenges are. So maybe that could actually be a way or an approach to liberate ourselves a little and turning the excellent research that is done in Europe into a strength instead. And then I just wanted to add one thing that we haven't discussed so much yet, but I see not necessarily as a big threat, but it's certainly something to address or focus, and that's artificial intelligence. And we really need to discuss. We can already see, just from a very pragmatic point of view, we are being flooded with applications, and it's exponential from each call that we make, and we're talking 30% increase, not a year, every call we make. So it cannot be that we have so many relevant actors, companies, and researchers from 1 month to the other. It has got to be something to do with ChatGPT, as I can't prove it, but I'm just saying there's something about it. And we really need to consider how do we deal with that. And personally, I think it's a technology that we should embrace and certainly be able to exploit and control, but we just need to find our way through it.
Cecilia, just allow me to jump in here, because I think what you're touching upon in these comments is very much sort of close to the topic of the conference and the aim of what we are discussing, and it has to do with this kind of integration of diverse incentives. And on the one hand, obviously, you have in the academic community this drive towards excellence, drive towards competitiveness, especially competition with other scientists. And there has been a lot of talk of what is deemed to be sort of fancy and renowned and prestigious. And then we have at the same time a political drive to become better at translational capacity of bringing research to the marketplace, bringing research, as Sander said, to democracy, bringing it into science communication, into impact. I spent myself 2 decades working on that. So you see, have you made any observations there that kind of our excellence
obsession has become also perhaps an obstacle to some of that translation?
I don't know if I would call it an obstacle, because I think it's a precondition to actually deliver on the societal challenge. But we need to maybe it's more that it narrows the view too much. So I think it should be at the core that we also know how we then transform that excellence into the benefit of societies. So I don't say as an obstacle, but it's more of a narrowing perspective maybe, and that I think we should address.
Thank you. I was going to come to Maria next, because you've kind of told us about a lot of changes at the ERC, but I imagine there were also challenges with getting reviewers on board, with some of those changes perhaps ongoing. Are there lessons there for us to take away as we try to really, create that broader awareness and get especially that reviewer community on board?
Yeah, that is exactly the challenge. So I think what we're talking about here is a desired cultural change. It's not a new top-down directive that everybody has to follow. Then we wouldn't be having a discussion here today, we'd just be doing it. So it's a desired cultural change. And I have to say, the glass is at least half full, probably more. So I don't think we should worry so much. As an example, the CNRS announced yesterday that they are stopping their researchers' access to Clarivate and some other platforms that are exactly the ones that, where you get the metrics from. So, I mean, that's the CNRS, for Christ's sake, and someone else, some other, is it a Nordic institution, did the same. That is a cultural change. So I think, we shouldn't worry too much. This being a cultural change, I think part of culture is that it is and must be diverse. So if not everybody wants to go there, I think that's fine. I'll give you an example from my field, life sciences. Sandy Smith, a molecular biologist, a long time ago, 10 years ago or so, when she moved to a new institution, decided to do her recruitment for faculty by asking the applicants to write two pages with a vision for what research they would be doing. They, of course, also had to submit their CV, blah, 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 but she forced the committee to make their first triage only based on those 2 pages. Meant reading 2 pages, no metrics, you didn't know who the people were, you knew nothing about them. And that went through. Very interesting outcome. They got good people. They then afterwards compared, did these people, what was the correlation between publishing in Cell, Nature, and Science and having come up there? Of course, there was a strong overlap, but they left out some who by other metrics would have made it to the top, and they included some and hired some who would not have made it. Great experiment. Same time, another institute says, I don't bother. It's the director of a real institute, I won't tell his name. I won't bother. I just look at their publications and I look at their pedigree. Were they at Harvard, Stanford, MIT? Did they publish in Cell, Nature, Science? I look only at those. He also got great people. So the cultures in those institutes, though, are different. And some people work like that and some like that. I'd rather go and work in Sandy Smith's institute, but others may work there. Some people look at what extramural funds you've recruited. Well, great. If that's what you care about, get those people who bring in money rather than ideas. Fine. So I think that cultural diversity is okay. You get what you pay for. So now at the ERC, that's not what we pay for. We do want thoughtful evaluation, bias-free evaluation of the applicants. And of course, and I brief our panels, and I see it actually as my role as president to drive that change towards, getting away from metrics at thoughtful evaluation of the researcher as a whole person. And of course, when I brief the panels, I get the question, well, does it really not matter whether you publish in a mass journal that doesn't do proper peer review, or if you publish in a top vanity journal, because the vanity journals are not just vanity, they're vanity for a reason. And so it's very difficult, and I see that diversity, and so I emphasize what our needs are. I also see it across fields, and different fields are very different. So the ones with the I'm sorry if I insult the medical people here, but they are usually more on the side of metrics.
Yes.
It's much harder to convince the medical panels to get away from that than it is to go for, some of the others. So different fields have very different cultures to start with. And I see that diversity. I try and talk to them, but talking, convincing, explaining the merits. That's what I see is how we shift that culture further.
Very good.
Thanks, Maria. As usual, I will not agree with everything you say, but I very much appreciate and value your perspectives.
Well, that's the diversity, right?
Exactly. There we are. And then I'll come to Gemma, and I was very intrigued by the realities of signing Coara at a local championing level. So that are, I think, the challenges you're facing. Do you want us kind of briefly expand before I let David then move us to the next?
Yes, absolutely. So I think I agree with the other panelists that change has happened already, right? I mean, something tangible that's been rolled out almost universally in so many institutions and countries is the narrative CVs. That's something that's happened. It's a positive change. But I feel that at some level, there might be some perception that that's it. We did that. We've already done that. We do the narrative CVs. What else is Coara about? So what I'm finding a bit at the local level, and not just my institution, again, is a little bit of, oh, we've already done that, so, what else is there to do? Or we already signed DORA, so what is the difference? So a bit of a lack of understanding of what exactly Coara is about. And I don't know who's supposed to do those campaigns at the local university levels, but there is some reluctance, of course, because it is some of these changes, some of these processes are quite onerous in sort of, you have to write how you're going to meet these certain principles. And so is it really worth spending time and staff resources on that when we already signed DORA? The other one is there's also competition, not just between us researchers, but also institutions. And institutions rely on rankings, and there is perhaps a misunderstanding that Coara is getting rid of everything. No rankings, no metrics, no nothing. But universities still rely quite strongly on rankings. And so trying to get to that understanding that it's not that all of this is not going to be used anymore. We're talking about appropriate use. And then we get back to those conversations that I'm going to assume those of us in this room have been in these conversations for a few years now, but it might be spheres where, well, if we're not using the metrics, what are we using? And no, that's not the point. Or what's the point then? Because that's sort of working. So those are some of the barriers, and I have a couple more written. I have my notes on my phone. And yeah, so the competition between them. So I'm aware that some of the prestigious universities in London signed DORA because the other one signed DORA. So it's in the spirit of keeping it real, but it is a reality. So if they haven't signed Coara, well, we're doing fine. We're doing the narrative CVs, right? And this is not a dig. This is really the reality of, you have a certain amount of resources, and how are you going to dedicate time of your staff to draft this thing? Is it really necessary? Why? And so in terms of recommendations, I think this clearer communications to universities, having champions in there, the research culture teams, doing more, joining, perhaps having a direct line of communication with DORA, with Coara boards or working groups. The other very important driver for change is funders. right? You are very powerful. We all want you to like us, me as a researcher, the university. You are very powerful. And in driving things, changes such as open science and open publishing, you were instrumental, the funders in this. And so I think, you know, keeping a closer eye on what change is happening with the research assessment reform, the fact that you're championing this, that you're clear about what changes you're doing, universities are going to follow suit because they want you to like them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's it. The last point was about the fundings or help that I know already exists for institutions who want to join COARA to apply to get some support. So that needs to be maintained, possibly expanded.
Thank you, Gemma. Before we proceed, we'll just give the word back to you, Cecilia.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an example of how we've tried to work on this cultural change that I agree on, and also I fully respect that it can have a driving force also being a funder. But recently, we, as I said, we operate a lot of programs, and one of the large-scale programs where the big money is, we changed the structure, the assessment structure, so we have a panel structure, and we have a panel that is 50% acknowledged scientists, non-Danish. All has to be international because Denmark is so small. So in order to avoid too much conflict of interest, and the other half has to be what we call impact experts or specialists, and that is consistent of either, depending on the theme, of course, but either people in some kind of authority or from companies, large companies with own research departments. So what that triggers is some hugely interesting discussions between the researchers and the impact specialists who understand perfectly well the science behind, because that's where they come from themselves, but they also understand, of course, the commercial value. But what it does or has triggered, particularly within the life science call, for instance, is where we had a concern before the change that we were innovating for the shelves, as we kept saying to ourselves. We led through a lot of projects because they ranked high, they had excellent research, but it never really hit society afterwards. So that was a concern, that we were wasting our investment because it wasn't picked up. Why wasn't it? So we changed to this panel structure. We had people from the health authorities and from companies, and all of a sudden we couldn't spend all the money anymore because they all said, "Well, this will never fly. You know, if you make an investment in this and you haven't even thought about how you integrate that in the digital setup for Denmark, how will you ever expect that to fly anywhere?" So it made a huge difference from one call to the other, really. So it's just, sometimes culture can change a little faster, but what it also adds is, now we've run this a couple of times, and every time they meet, it's like receiving back, a kindergarten after summer holidays. They are so excited to meet each other, and they benefit tremendously from that discussion with each other. They say that specifically, and that it's rare for them to meet or be in a panel where you have industry on one side and you have academia on the other side, and it's very fruitful.
All right, I think that was actually a very good, very concrete example as well, Cecilia, of how to change the dynamics of the panels. And I think I will try to do the same now, if you allow me, Karen, to change also a little bit the dynamics of the session, because we will open up for questions and reflections in the room. We have about 20 minutes left, and I think it's time to get a little bit more input from all you in the audience, and then also perhaps, if I may, encourage the panelists to give kind of briefer, reflective comments back, so we can get a little bit around in the room. If you go dead, if it's gonna get too exhaustive, I do have a long list of more questions, but I much rather want to hear your things. Get to you over here in a second, Sandra and Lizzie, but here, Giovanni. Yeah, Giovanna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Giovanna Lima. I'm program manager for DORA. So, and the whole DORA team is here. Our chairs are here, and just to say, we collaborate a lot with COARA. So we just perhaps need to make it clear. But I have a question for both Maria and for Sonia, perhaps. You mentioned you're both high risk, high gain type of funders. So I'd love to hear you talk about assessment of failure and how do you incorporate failure when you're looking at the impact of your portfolios. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Maria?
Not easy, because failure is in the eye of the beholder. If you propose a very high-risk project and
Sorry.
then, okay, sorry. If you propose a very high-risk project, then of course you could call it failure if you don't reach that goal. But the people we fund get funding for 5 years, and if they find that the tortuous way, if they come to roadblocks, they can come and request alternative routes towards other goals. So then they still produce, with that money, great output. And so it's really hard to see. And we used to have assessments that had sort of fuzzy ideas of breakthrough to excellent, to failure. And by that criterion, only 5% were failure, or even less. I mean, a really small number. And in that case, it meant no output at all. That happens so rarely. But 20% were considered breakthroughs. That just can't be. That just can't be. If a breakthrough is 20% of the work that's done, in my book, it's not a breakthrough. So the difficulty with that is in the definition, and I don't have a good one.
Sonia, over to you.
Just a brief addition. We do ex-ante evaluations, and I think if the proposal is really prepared well and it's convincing, then it could always be that it turns out that the proposed project doesn't turn out as one it should supposed to be. But we have included in this code of conduct, as I've said earlier, also a positive culture to deal with failure. So also to publish things that didn't went the way you proposed it and why it didn't went the way you proposed it or you thought originally that it would go. So this is also a process of learning and also of value for the system. So therefore, as you said, there's hardly no project without any outcome.
Thank you for those two responses. I will have to take the next one. Sandra.
I have a question for you, Cecilia. Actually, I want to amplify your mention of the need to really think about innovation when we're thinking about research and research assessment. I have a question, maybe just raise of hand for the panelists. Almost all of you are leading research funding organizations. How many of your organizations actually fund research that require non-academic partners, community partners, industry partners? Could you raise your hand? Okay, so that's not a lot. And I'm thinking we're here on, we're talking about research assessment, responsible research assessment, because we're interested in impact. And we're interested in impact, not just for our purposes, but for the purpose of the entire ecosystem. What are our models for impact? What model, so we have some models of what success looks like for an academic, and we want to have research assessment frameworks that are going to reward academics and sort of set standards. But are these frameworks also informed by our understanding of what is required, what kinds of practices, research practices are actually going to create the kind of change that our societies and industries need through partnerships? And how do we reward that?
Thank you, Sandra. Perhaps Cecilia, yeah.
Well, we have a specific program for that. We run 4 missions, and they are put in place with a very specific target that Denmark has decided on a very ambitious climate act to reach zero carbon emission by 2050 and a specific target for by 2030. And in order to deliver that, we identified 4 main areas that would bring Denmark to that level, and these 4 missions are run by us. And the entire mission approach is a quadruple helix. That's what I believe you're talking about, that it needs to include industry, academia, authority, and civil society, and do it at the same time, because this is an approach to accelerate the result. Because you can't wait for first you do the research, technological research, and then you see if it has any interest in industry, and then you go to the authority and see if you can have it, etc. You need, if you want to reach these ambitious goals in a very short time period, you need to get everybody around the table from the beginning. So it's just an example of, I'm not saying that we have found the golden solution on how to run the missions, but we're trying.
Thank you, Michael. And then
Yeah,
go back to
I
the
was
floor.
one. I didn't see who else raised their hands, but I was one of them. It's not for all, of course, topics where we require non-academic actors, but for some topics we do, because we believe, for instance, if you engage civil society, you increase, for instance, the quality of the research by getting, for instance, more data points, but also the likelihood of having an impact of the outcome. Of course, we also engage the industry, but these are typically for different types of topics.
Lizzie, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, great panel. So my question is, there's a growing recognition now that in order to reform research assessment, we need to, in parallel, reform scholarly communication, not just open science, but scholarly communication more broadly, because we're seeing a broader range of criteria now and output types being added to our assessment criteria, but we're not seeing a corresponding reduction in the reliance on publication-dominant forms of assessment. So, simply because journal publications indexed in these commercial systems are so highly valued by researcher communities and by other forms of assessment over which we have no control, like the university rankings, which came up a lot in the Quora session this morning. So I'm just wondering what the panel feel about this. Is this a necessary route to reform, in parallel reform scholarly communication?
We will do this by voluntarily seeing who wants to tip in. Not much. Michael,
well, I know that this was the hardest of all the 10 commitments to settle on. Was I think it's number 3 or 4 on rankings. Number 4. Thank you, Karen, the pen holder. Because it's not easy to intervene. On one hand, it's trickling down. You have the top-down driver for some institutions of the rankings. And we know it's trickling down and creating contradictions when you have, for instance, requirements from getting a grant. We have seen several institutions, one by one, abandoning the rankings, so there is movement. One important thing we could settle on is that they shouldn't be used in research assessments. So there's an important formulation there in the commitment. But the other importance is transparency. It's a black box, the rankings. What is behind in terms of data that they are using, the methodology they are using, and the final description of the rankings. So there are several ways of going. Some institutions have already chosen one way, which is completely abandoning it. Another way is to open up these rankings. To see what is behind it and maybe see, and also we have to bear in mind these are private. These are private entities behind the rankings, so there's a limit to what public policy can do to change the system. Of course, now we're going the other way. We're taking a community drive. We're taking it's institutions that are signing up to the agreement. But it's a difficult, it's a difficult, as I said, the most difficult commitment that we were drawing up back in 22.
And perhaps there is also a reference back to what Sander van der Linden said about anticipatory obedience. Because when we prepared the conference, we spoke to a lot of institutions, both the funding agencies and also the senior managers at universities. And vice chancellors' offices will easily agree that rankings are often flawed and they're actually not based on scientific method and they have all sorts of biases. But still, the system believes that out of sort of habit, we need to ritually put these rankings on our websites and use them. Whereas actually when we interview senior leadership, we see that they don't use them so much, at least in this part of Europe, for actual assessment, which is a good thing. But then why do we keep mentioning them and buying into them? So change is happening. I wanted to have a comment from here. I see a lot of hands coming up.
Sorry, I think Gemma wanted to.
Gemma, you want to come in here?
Very quickly.
Okay, if you can keep it a bit quick.
Yes, quick. So the publications in the scholarly publishing is obviously a very difficult one. And I do think that for this regard, maybe a little bit in contradiction to what you were saying earlier, Maria, but I do think this requires that we're all on board or not, because even though we have been in these conversations for a while and everyone understands that assessment is changing, there's still a nervousness that even I have with the junior researchers in my lab. Does it really not matter? Is it really about the quality of the paper? Yeah. Of course it is. But am I somehow disadvantaging them and their careers if not everyone is assessing this or looking at it in the same way? I don't know. I don't actually know. So
if there's any misunderstanding, I'm on board with that.
Okay.
Yeah. I was describing the attitudes of panel members and trying to
But I mean, the labs that you were saying that culturally they have a different culture, they have a more.
This was about employment, and I despair and can't change that. But then they'll get those people, and that's a diversity in culture. Yeah. If there really is nothing at all going for that style, then they'll die out, and maybe we're seeing that.
Exactly. That'd be good if we all work together in moving into the other. Another style, sure.
Take a couple of more comments from the audience, please.
Somebody way back there.
Hello. So, Pastora Martínez Samper from the Open University of Catalonia and also chair of the expert group on open science at the EUA. And by the way, my comment was on implementation, but fully agree with those conversations. In fact, at the EUA, the expert group on open science, we've came up that unless we also change the scholarly communication system together with the research assessment system, nothing's gonna happen at the end. But my comment was on the implementation side, and very glad to hear from Michael that the focus will be in the implementation from now on, because I do think that things are happening, so we are changing as institutions and as a collective effort. But as far as I can see, not everybody thinks the same way. So somehow we should come up, and I will be very much interested on hear your views on how can we showcase better what's already happening in a diversity, as Maria was mentioning, because institutions are different, funders are different, countries are different, and we have very good examples at the country level, but it's not evolving the same way at the same pace at the different countries. So this is a question, but also a plea. Our focus should be in showcasing better what we are doing, but because when we go out of this room with all this consensus here, researchers and research community is not always aware of what's going on. We should demonstrate them also that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I happen to have a microphone. May I?
No, you cannot right now. Yeah, sure. I have a long list of people. Did anyone want to respond to the comment? No. Okay, then I have a gentleman in the middle of the room, sitting here very patiently, asking for the word. There he is.
Hello, thank you for the panel, and thank you for the question possibility. My name is Rajiv Basarmait from Aarhus University, Head of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and I work with early stage researchers, trying to kind of move them to sort of both impact in their research, but also impact in entrepreneurship sort of pathways. And we have run a session very recently, which I think might mirror, especially, for example, what the kind of panel that the Innovation Fund Denmark sort of highlighted. So I'd just like to give you this example and then ask you how you would sort of measure this in terms of research assessment, because a very interesting debate came out of this. we assembled a panel of academic experts and industry experts to judge the young researchers' ability to come up with innovative solutions to our problems around the world, climate, all of that. What happened was, I won't say specifically what type of idea, that's irrespective, but 2 ideas surfaced as the top ideas. They met communication criteria, they met investability criteria. However, both the investors in the room and let's say the academic experts had the debate that, of course, the idea we should sort of support or say which is the best idea is the one that can be implemented today or in the next 6 months, let's say. And the investors were much more on board on that, as opposed to something else, or the second idea, which was also, I would say, in excellence, much higher than the one previously. But they said that idea may take 5 years to implement because there's still some R&D that needs to be covered. And then they basically said, if we just vote on the idea that's implementable now, we send a signaling value that science fiction-like ideas are not worth funding. And that could be a very bad signal to send out.
Yeah.
And therefore, we should change this kind of format. What do you think to that?
Thank you. Yeah, Cecilia?
Yeah, well, I agree that would be a mistake, but maybe it was also driven a little then, as I understood it, it was private investors like venture capitalists, or yes. So obviously, you know, maybe that gives the answer. But as I can say from our point of view, that would not be a criteria that it would have. It would have, the criteria would be that you could describe how and put up a credible explanation how that would eventually benefit society, and maybe also, you know, the stronger you can make that argument and put numbers on, then you would fare better with the criteria that we apply. But we are also, and that just leads me back to one of the first questions in terms of risk taking, because a public foundation like ours is specifically tasked to not interfere with the market. So we have to take, and we should take, the early risk that nobody else will go alone. We're not taking only the risk that nobody else will take, but we take the risk where nobody will go alone. So for us, it's a success if we can move, if we talk TRL scales, if we can move an investment from TRL 2 to 3 to 4, 5, 6, it's a success, even though it's not ready for market yet. So that's how we operate in that space. But the difficult part is obviously where and how do we measure if we take the right risk. So that's where data is so important, and why this impact framework that we have developed is important, because it allows us to monitor. For instance, we've just made the first impact report, and we can see that with our small scale and entrepreneurship programs, we think, or we've said that we're supposed to take the risk that nobody else will here, but we can see that many, maybe up to a third of the investments we made, they raised private capital before they approached us. So have we succeeded? Maybe not, or at least we should look into it. Why do they need to go for private investments before they come to us? Is that because we are then not taking the risk that we think we are? And another aspect of the risk taking that I wanted to comment on is also that we require co-financing to apply with us, because we believe that it's as a healthy principle that you need to have some extra funding also to basically put your hand on the stove to really run the right risk as well. But it's difficult to measure the risk, and it's difficult to measure whether we are interfering with market or not. But so that's an ongoing challenge.
Perfect. Thanks for that answer as well. I have 2 more questions, Karen, before I will give you the word. And I will bundle them together, so let's get them on board and see if the panel will respond. First the lady in the back, and then the lady over here at the right side.
Thank you.
Please.
Maria Saumann, the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers, so representing ECRs, and I am an early career researcher myself. And I think you talk a lot about me, But I am wondering, which role do you think early career researchers, junior faculty, actually have in co-designing, co-creation some of this change? And how do you achieve that? How do you invite them to the table? And how do you educate them? And this is basically for everybody else than Maria. Sorry, Maria, but your funding, like ERC is you can say at a later stage in terms of the fund. But I come from a perspective where we also talk a lot about academic freedom. And this is a comment and a question to all of the audience, actually. Does your university or your organization, your sector, does it do any education, like an online video on what academic freedom is? So at the lowest stage, how do we educate and engage more researchers into the policy discussions? Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. We got a question for everyone in the room. Now we have something to discuss over reception in a few seconds. But let's keep it in our minds and have the last question from the audience over here.
Thank you very much, and thank you all very much for all the inspiration. My name is Helke Hillebrand. I'm from heading the Graduate Academy of Heidelberg University, and I'm the co-chair of the LERO Policy Group on Doctoral Education. And my question goes alongside the previous question we had, but more concretely, we heard a lot about measures taken from funders who have some sort of power to help with incentives to foster cultural change. I firmly believe that cultural change does not only include top-down or sideways incentives, but we also need to think about the bottom-up approach. And my question goes to the whole panel. What is your wish what bottom-up should happen in order so that we could meet in the middle grounds and have everybody involved in this cultural change so that we don't have a lot of pressure for cultural change from one end, but not really involving those who are going to take the stick at a later stage and will be running the show. If we don't integrate them now, we are endangered to keep the system running as it is.
Thank you. I think, Michael, if I may ask you, and perhaps also Gemma and Sonja. Yeah, Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I at least by neighbor, we wanted to respond to some of the previous ones.
Well, go ahead.
Starting with the Pastora, maybe. So what can you do? I think sharing is very important. We are all, it's a bottom-up, community-driven, public initiative. So sharing is not competitive. I mean, of course there's competition, but this type of sharing, I think, is contributing to the toolbox. Sharing what you have seen working, with evidence, preferably. This is difficult. And showcasing. Showcasing, again, preferably by the highest level. So leadership in your institution. This would be my response to yours. You already responded, Cecilia, for the one on what's the balance between short term and long term. I could only say the same because we are also public. We are seeding, but we're also European. So from that point of view, what we support has to have also that dimension. But I agree with you very much. We would always focus on granting some new avenue to be pursued or some additional avenue where they could not do it on their own. So it's really about collaboration, and this is where we focus. And that naturally is probably then a longer term.
Yes.
On the early career researchers, again, I remember that you're in the consultations and the drawing up of the agreement. Should we make a difference between early career researchers and more established researchers? And it was a clear no. You should not make the distinction because we saw also great support from established, professors that often found themselves in contradiction, conflicts when they guided early career researchers. So it's very important to have everyone on board. And I come back to what I said about implementation. I said one of the points of implementation is not only to support the institutional changes, but also to raise awareness. And this in particular for early career researchers, because of course they stand to gain the most out of a reform. And then finally, yes, this interaction, I think the national chapters that we have under Quora was not something we had foreseen in the beginning to evolve into something important, but they really have shown the importance. And this is where you bring together the movement of Quora with the national authorities and the stakeholders. So these are definitely key platforms to make these links. We're also doing our part from the European Commission side when we bring what we call the ERA Forum of countries. But in that forum, you also have stakeholder representatives. So these two fora, at least, are platforms where this is happening.
Great. We're rapidly running out of time, and I think it's a testimony to the fact that we have a lively and very pertinent debate. I will just hand the word briefly to you, Sonja, and then back to Karen to close.
Maybe just a quick remark to some of the bits and pieces of the questions. I think there is no one-size-fits-all Quora model. I think that's very important because all of the member states and the countries are different. And we're tackling with the national particularities. Some are slower, some are more advanced, but I think there's no need to press them all in the same format, because I think that will counteract the movement that's already going on. It's the same direction, but we're all on slightly different tracks. But I think in this Quora national chapters, as you've pointed it out, it comes nicely together for the respective country.
Very good, very good. I will also just, before I thank the panel, I will testify to the fact that yesterday we had a whole day workshop with the early career researchers of ERC and the Danish Independent Research Fund and the Willem Foundation, and they were very eager, to turn all the Quora principles not only into principles of assessment but principles of leadership, and actually practicing some of these values in their own work. And we also had a panel chair from one of the ERC panels that said, well, you're the young dogs, we're the old dogs, and we have to go before you can prosper and bloom. And I think what I heard from the panel today is that the old dogs or mid-age dogs don't have to actually die out before change can happen. A lot of change is already happening. It's happening on the ground. Perhaps we should speak about the fast-paced dogs and the slow dogs, happy in the couch. But from myself on, I wanted to pass on that voice from the early career researchers and thank the panel. But now over to you to close, Karen.
Yes, very few last words just to wrap us up. I don't want to hold you too much longer from the reception. But just to sum up, I mean, we can be optimistic because the glass is at least half full, which is, I think, a good starting point for this conference today. Change is happening, but I think we also have heard from the panel that there is still a lot to be done to get people on board, and that we do need alignment and get at least a majority on board to move in a direction where there's less insecurity also, especially for these early career researchers. Linked to this, we've also heard the importance of working together at the level of nations, but also globally. And it's been great also to have Quora colleagues in the room. This morning, we also told the audience about how we're trying to strengthen some of those global collaborations. In terms of what we need to do next, implementation has come up as the big keyword, and alongside it, raising awareness of Quora, because we're all very aware, but there's a lot of researchers who need to still be further brought on board, including early career researchers. We've heard also about both the importance of leadership, and it's actually a priority. We have a task force within Quora to really also address rectors' conferences, but also how to support bottom-up communities. So both those directions are very important. And then maybe a few kind of more detailed points to bring in. I think it's also important that both this morning in the celebration for Quora and today, the question came up again as how do we define excellence? And I think everyone's realizing that the definition of excellence is evolving, but we perhaps still need more conversations about what we mean, especially to achieve that alignment. And finally, a topic that also came up this morning was the topic of humility and looking at how we reach out and are more open. And I think here a challenge came up around the inclusion of innovation in the framing and in the story of Quora. Kowara? How does what we do fit the different organizations in the research innovation ecosystem? And also the example that was mentioned, perhaps we shouldn't only broaden what is assessed, but also he's included in delivering that assessment, at least in some scenarios. So I think those are a few of the takeaways that I'll take back to the work of Kowara. So thank you very much. It's been very inspiring. And we're looking forward to continuing the discussions in what comes next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much to the panelists and the chairs actually for another stimulating discussion. I have lots of quotes here to take away for inspiration. Now, we're actually about to start the reception, but before we do that, we have something very important to do, which is to take a group photo. And this will take place on the stairs. And you will be all arranged very beautifully, I believe. And there are folks outside to show you where to stand. It's just out here, actually, and it will be in the same space where the reception will take place for the next hour and a half. I hope you enjoy, smile sweetly, and I will see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.